2020 Reonet Cup. Proudly spot presented by Kailani Park Club and sponsored by Reonet, resourceful by nature. Oh, it's a very good morning to everybody. Welcome to our live stream broadcast here from Kailani Equestrian Park. Wonderful spring day today, this Sunday morning. We've already seen the completion of the 1m20 championship, and that won by Charlie Crockart in a blistering time. Let's take a look at the schedule, the lineup for today. Riders currently walking the course for the adult 1m35 Reonet Championship. We then move on a little bit later to the 1m40 Reonet Championship, and then the big one, the first championship of the year, the adult 1m45 Reonet Cup. So lots to look forward to this afternoon. Do stay with us. Let everybody know, tune into our live stream broadcast. Riders currently walking the track for this 1m35. Length of track 520 meters, time allowed 90 seconds, time limit 190 seconds. For those riders going through to the jump-off track will be 14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8, and 3. So once again, a big thank you to our sponsor, Reonet and Govertriggle. Wonderful to have Reonet as sponsors once again. Also, a big thank you to Canon. Canon has done a deal with Kailani Equestrian Park, sponsoring 2 wonderful top-of-the-line cameras. So hopefully we will be able to bring you a lot more streaming in the future as well. So all pictures today coming through this broadcast, courtesy of Canon, and a big thank you to them. Lots to play for. 6,000 Rand to the winner of the 1m35 Reonet Championship, 4,500 Rand for second, 3,500 for third, and so we go down money all the way down to 17th place. And it is a substantial field, 63 horses in this class. So do stay tuned, don't go away. Riders currently walking the course and coming to the end of the course walk, and the first horse will be in a moment or two. That'll be Sten Muchner and number 1 Calaho Le Padre.
Bell to close the course for inspection. Those walking to please make your way out. Like to go first competitors in. Sten Muchner and Calaho Le Padre, Nicholas Simrani and Contessa. Once again, 5:20 length and 90 seconds your time allowed in the first. Jump off over 14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8 and 3. Length of 250 meters on that. Your time allowed 43 seconds. For those of you who have just joined us, very good morning to you all. Join us at the start of the 1m35 Reonet Championship class. Our first competitor in, Sten Muchner, will take the salute on behalf of the class. A reminder to all those spectating, please do make sure that you are wearing masks at all times. Masks must cover your nose and mouth, and where possible, please make sure that you do maintain a safe social distance between yourself and others. Thank you very much, Sten. Best of luck. Standing Mochler first up on Manador's Calaho La Padre.
So the first horse is now ready to go. Stenich Mukna goes at number 1, Calaho La Padre for Manador. Sten spending a lot of his time at Manador. Does a lot of coaching out of the facility. Of course, owned and run by Renelle Gilbert and Kimberly Williamson. Sten doing a lot of his formative training in Natal, Hillcrest, where he grew up, was a Hillcrest High School boy. If I'm not mistaken, La Padre pretty new to the 135s. He's campaigned for quite a long time in the 130s. Super ride through the treble. So unfortunately the back rail of number 8 going down. Caught it with his back toes on the way down. Sten certainly giving La Padre a very, very positive ride. So 1 down, 4 penalties in a time of 85.30 and time allowed 90 seconds. So well inside the time allowed, but he did give him a nice positive ride. Nicholas Riley on track now, number 2, Contessa for owner K. Schofield. Looking to give us the first clear in this 1m35 Reonet Championship. Perfect ride through the treble combination. Nicola, professional horsewoman, of course needs no introduction. Been around for a long time now, at the top of her game, winner of just about every major competition in South African show jumping. Got a very powerful string of horses. Based out of Benoni. Does all her riding in the morning, has a few people to help with her string. I think she's got something like 15 horses in her string, so a lot to get through before she moves on to teaching in the afternoons. Giving Contessa a peach of a ride. Just laid a toe on the front rail there, got away with it.
It is for Contessa, Nicholas Riley, thinks number 4 going down.
So 1 down, 4 penalties. Didn't see the pole go down, but 4 it is in 82.65 for Contessa Nicholas Riley. So next to go, Bianca Pitts, number 3, Cascaya for owner Lucas Katebe. Lucas could be watching in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where he rides and lives. If you are Lucas, good morning to you, watching Cascaya go around with the 2019 South African Junior Champion Bianca Pitt. Cascai going around in what looks like a Hackamore bit combination. Hackamore bit in one, B element clear. Catching the front rail of 8A, getting a little bit tight, so 4 penalties. Second fault, currently sitting on 8. And 4 at the last. Gives Cascai a total score of 12 penalties in a time of 88.18. Remembering that the time allowed is 90 seconds. So thus far, time generous, nobody having time penalties, but yet to find a clear round. 0% clears after 3, but of course, we are going in reverse order of merit in terms of qualification. So number 4 is back on track, Sheldon and Reonet Cup. For owner Linda Ellerine. In picture, that is Bronwyn. She'll go next. That's Capital Lavubu currently in picture.
So after our first 3 riders, a minor adjustment to the time has been made. New time allowed 89 seconds, so it has been brought in by 1 second. Length now 515 meters. Has been brought in by 1 second, 1 second short at 89 seconds.
So the time allowed has been adjusted. Just heard from the judges that the time allowed now has been shortened by 1 second to 89 seconds. Was sitting at 90, now currently sitting at 89 seconds. So currently on track, although our pictures don't reflect, is Reonet Cup, and back on track Sheldon. There he goes. Safely over jump number 1. Pretty new to the 135s, this combination as well, being produced so brilliantly by Ray. Another professional horseman based out of Baloo. There's a lot of riding, a lot of teaching. Also somebody who needs no introduction was the winner of last year's Derby on Clooney, who we'll see going a little bit later in the big stuff. Really a fantastic rider to watch, rides with an impeccable amount of rhythm, feel, just true feel. You don't see him move too much in the saddle, just keeps the horse in a nice forward rhythm to all the fences. Copybook stuff. Any young rider sitting out there watching who would look to somebody to emulate, Ray would certainly be very high on that list. Funny enough, didn't have much of a junior career, got into riding as a child and then turned his hand to other sports like tennis and rugby when he was going through high school, and didn't ride at all, and only once he finished school did he get back into horses and certainly hit the ground running once again. Super clear. So back on track Sheldon, Reonet Cup for owner Linda Ellerine gives us our first clear in this adult 1m35 Reonet Championship. Well done.
Absolutely no trouble with the time in 83.33. Good forward line. Number 5, Bronwyn dos Santos, owner and rider, Capital Lavubu, up next.
Right, so here we have Bronwyn dos Santos. Number 5, the very striking, very imposing Capital Lavubu. Raw jumping power, class class horse, quality horse. Sure. As is evident in his style and technique over number 1, certainly giving that plenty of air. Lavubu, if I'm not mistaken, by Cassius, out of a Cassini 1 mare. And honestly, just playing with these 1.35 m fences. Going a little bit to the left through the treble, but gets away with it. Possibly just making a little bit of space for himself. He's a massive horse. And certainly giving him a wonderful ride. Into the Reonet double, number 9. Safely through that. And we have a jump off, ladies and gentlemen. Our second clear of this 1.35 m Reonet Championship goes the way of Capital, Lavubu and Bronwyn de Santos. A 0 penalty score. And their time 88.02, so pretty close to the time allowed, which has been reduced by 1 second to 89. 88.02, so just coming home was close to time penalties. And next to go, number 6, Kitchen Belignisi, Chris van der Merwe. In fact, formerly the ride of our previous rider, Bronwyn de Santos, now with Chris van der Merwe, who has bought the horse. Was imported some time ago now by Bronwyn. Chris riding at a nice forward rhythm and suiting the horse beautifully, going around with his ears pricked. Good expression on his face, looking for the work. Quickened by Chinaletta, out of a Chin Chin mare. Fondly known as the Kid, his nickname. Another rider who needs no introduction is young Chris van der Merwe, based out of Polokwane. Grew up in the Eastern Cape, trained with Anthony Kay for many years. Consummate professional, outstandingly good rider. Winner of last year's World Cup Series. Dominated that competition. A real talent in the saddle. Gives him an absolute peach of a ride. Comes home on a 0 penalty score. That's 3 through to the jump off now. And I must say, Kitchen in sublime form. Great to see him jumping so well. So we're now sitting on a 50% clear round percentage. 6 have gone, 3 have gone clear in this Reonet sponsored 1.35 m championship class. Next to go will be John Bauer, currently on track with the very striking Callahow's Lord Granus. Wonderful technique this horse has got. Opens up beautifully behind over his fences. Just see him kicking out there. Lovely up through the wither, through the shoulder. Here another very good rider who keeps things simple, uncomplicated, finds the rhythm, got a wonderful rhythm on all of his horses, just lets them use the rhythm, and in so doing use their bodies to good effect over all the fences. Meets most of his fences going forward. Super through that treble. I believe Pierre does now spend all of his time in South Africa. Formerly 6 months of the year was spent in Australia, where he was farming goats and sheep, if I'm not mistaken, in the outback. But has since given that up and now spends most of his time in South Africa, and a lot more time spent riding horses. So far so good, clear all the way. Coming to the last. Oh. 1 for time, I'm afraid. Just over the time allowed, clear for jumping, 1 for time in 90.09 seconds. Which is odd because he was in a nice forward rhythm. Not sure if he went the long way around, because the rhythm was good. Unfortunately, 1 for time, so will not advance through to the jump off. Another Natal boy now, Martin Manette. Number 8, Zwiedam. Formerly the ride of Amy Engelbrecht. And Zwiedam by Giedam out of a Ricardo Z mare. And I know that Martin absolutely loves this mare. So riders are going to have to watch the time. It has been reduced by 1 second to 89 seconds. Surprised that John got time penalties. Going to have to look what lines they take to the jumps to make sure that they're inside of the time allowed. Unfortunately, the last pole going down, and that hurts. Such a good ride right up until the last, then just taking that front rail of that Oxer. Unfortunately, 4 penalties at the last. Always the worst kind of pain, having the last one down when you've gone so well. But that's what happens. That's the way the cookie crumbles. 4 penalties for Zwiedam, and Martin Manette, unfortunately, will not progress through to the jump off. Number 9 now is Alchemy's Hercules and George Philippides for the Alchemy stud. Based just 2 minutes down the road here from Kyalami Equestrian Park. And of course, George needs no introduction, has been part of the fabric of equestrian sport in South Africa for many, many years. Was a top junior with the likes of Royal Devil and Bell Top. And have had some wonderful classes in the adult ranks over the years as well. It's a real game campaigner, Hercules. Hercules bred by George, by Quadrillo out of Nassau. South African warm blood. Oh, chips one in, unfortunately pays the price. Didn't quite get the stride he was looking for going into the treble, and the 6A comes down. Having the front rail of that ox with the front legs. So currently sitting on 8 penalties, 2 down thus far. 12 now. Oh. Didn't quite see what happened there, the reason for it. But George suitably unimpressed with Hercules' behavior. Has to remind him about the job at hand. So currently sitting on 16 penalties and surely time to follow. So according to the scoring system, a total tally of 23 penalties, 7 of which being for time, crosses the beam in 114.21 seconds. Alchemies, Hercules and George Philippides. Certainly out of the reckoning, but difficult times we're living in. This is the first championship show of the year. Next to go, Ashley Taylor, number 10, Equestrian Affairs Farnham Elite Rhythm. And obviously Ashley, some blue-blooded equestrian pedigree running through her veins, the daughter of Barry Taylor and Lorette Knowles Taylor. So at this stage of the competition, 9 have gone. Still just the 3 clears, 33% clear. This Anne-Marie Esslinger built 1.35 m. Reonet Championship class. Some wonderful jumping yesterday in the 1.30 m championships. There were 2 pools. Gave us some thrilling jump-offs. So far so good for young Ashley Taylor. Certainly a wonderful effort thus far from a very, very young lady. Got a huge future many years ahead of her. If I'm not mistaken, Ashley only around about 15 years old. Could be 16, but I think still 15. So still riding in the junior ranks. Oh, and another one at the last, unfortunately. 5 the total is 1 for time, 89.28. So just over the time allowed. So regardless of that pole, Ashley wouldn't have gone through to the jump off with the time penalty, so she'll be a little bit upset with herself there. Just the last coming down, another bitter pill to swallow. So 5 the total for Elite Rhythm and Ashley Taylor. Olivia Myrtle goes next. Number 11, R. Renard Capital Cooper. Cooper not loving the ethnic wall. Starting to put on the brakes some ways out. Got the ears pricked. Olivia being positive. You just needed a little look. Second time's a charm. Lovely expression on his face with the ears pricked, looking for the work. Olivia is having to ride a little bit hard here. Certainly being positive. Super through the treble combination. Fortunately, just a little bit of low flying over that. The horse looking down into the water tray and forgetting about the legs. Stride shortens into jump number 8. She's forced to chip one in and then just doesn't make the back rail. So Cooper needing a lot of encouragement around this 135 track. One to come. Safely over the last there for Olivia Myrtle and R&R Capital Cooper. 12 jumping penalties, but of course time to follow after the disobedience at the wall. Cuts the beam in 95.49, means 2 for time, a total of 14 for R&R Capital Cooper and Olivia Myrtle. So next on the running order is number 12, Noble Leopard and Jennifer Jacoby, who I don't see in picture. So I've just heard from the commentary position next to me, from Roger, that 11 is a 12 is a scratching. So Jessica DeWitt will go next. So ignore Jennifer Jacoby. It's now Jessica DeWitt and number 13, Nelby von the Het Hayfeld. Big, powerful jumping horse. Nelby by Nabab Derev. If I'm not mistaken, Jessica training with Oscar Ngube, just based a few minutes down the road here from Kailami. And a wonderful effort by young Jessica DeWitt on 13, Nelby von the Het Hayfeld. Gives us our 4th clear round. It goes through to the jump off of this 1m35 Reonet Championship. But of course still early days. There's a substantial class 63 will go through the start. Lauren Pretorius goes next on the Fran Laren studs, Fran Laren Bow de Loon. In fact, Holly Smith now the owner of Bow de Loon, and ridden by Lauren Pretorius. Bow de Loon by the Fran Laren studs, Beau Veneer. And formerly the ride, I think, of Tracy Davids. Since being bought by Holly Smith, and now Lauren Pretorius getting the ride and getting a wonderful, wonderful tune out of this very game mare. Lauren, a professional horsewoman, based out at near Hardebeespoort in the Hekpoort area, where she runs a yard. The one down so far, once again, the horse just not getting enough height. Sometimes they just look down into those water trays and are distracted from the top rail. Just jumping a little bit too low there. So 4 penalties at the current time. A few more fences to come. And home in 81.93. I think Lauren will be a little bit disappointed. Could so easily have been a clear. Just the one fault there, the one coming down at the vertical with the water tray. Not good enough to go through to the jump off today, I'm afraid. Number 15 is next to go. It's AA Equine La Adorado, Tamara Rueda. Wonderfully talented horse by Adorado. Tomorrow has a wonderful, wonderful string of horses. So currently sitting on the 4 faults. She moves into the treble combination at number 6. Not quite sure of the hardware that Tamara's got in La Adorado's mouth, but it seems that when she just closes her hand wanting to take a check, the head comes up, and I think perhaps the bit little could have been a little bit too strong coming into that oxer and slowed the horse down where it didn't make the back rail. So just the 4 penalties. I beg your pardon, we're on 10, 2 for time. So 2 coming down and 2 time penalties to add in 95.42. Of course, once that rail came down, Tamara did a circle. So 4 for jumping for the pole, then disobedience, and then time to add, total of 10 for Equine La Adorado and Tamara Rueda. Right, so next to go on the program is Cameron Dawson, in picture now, number 16, Calaho Caspiano. By local sire Casperon. He's ridden by Carl Bunzire. Oh, not loving the wall. Had a good look at that. Remember Casperon, this horse's sire, in last year's derby, going into a jump-off. So the second horse in the class that wall has caught. Not sure that the competitors saw it during the qualifying classes during the week, so this could be the first time that the wall has come out. And the first time that the horses are seeing it is today. Second horse that it has caught. The element goes down, so currently sitting on 8 penalties with time to add. Dawson family also members of the Kyalami community, live just down the road. Literally a 2-minute ride away from the showgrounds here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. The entire family horsey, Mom Michelle rides and coaches. Brother Travis was a South African show jumping junior champion. Cameron doing very, very well in the adult ranks. And Dad Andrew goes out to work to pay for it all. Also sponsors of equestrian sport through Mac Mobile.
After the disobedience at fence number 2, 6 time penalties incurred.
So a total of 14 penalties, 6 of those being for time in 112.33 seconds for Caspiano and Cameron Dawson. Kelsey Ray Whitehouse next to go, number 17, Style Fragrances, Bridget Bardot. Bridget Bardot by Benicio. Just a wonderful little horse, as you see in the technique over that wall. Really pops up through the shoulder and the wither and opens up beautifully behind. And Kelsey, I think, an outstanding rider. Rides with a lot of feel, wonderful rhythm. And super stylish as well. Good that she's sponsored by Style Fragrances, because she does bring a lot of style. to the saddle. Gives the horse every chance to jump the fence. Creates the space with a nice forward rhythm in front of the fence. And that is a well-deserved clear round from the young Kelsey Ray Whitehouse and Style Fragrances. Bridget Bardot deserved to go clear. Super ride she gave Bridget Bardot through to the jump off. So the percentages, well, they're sitting around about 31% now. 16 have gone, 5 have gone clear. Charlie Crockett, she's already been a winner today. She goes next, number 18, Serenella's Capital Lord Derby. Super rider is Charlie. He's the winner of the 1 meter 20 championship class earlier this morning. By over a second the winning time. If she goes into jump off, you know you're in trouble on whatever she rides, because she is ultra competitive. Currently sitting on Capital Lord Derby, very special horse to her string, and she does have a formidable, powerful string. But I know that Lord Derby's certainly one of her favourites. Wonderful horse. Belgian warm blood by Indoctro out of a Emilion mare, so super well bred. Actually speaking to Charlie yesterday in the grandstands and asking her if she does breed with him, she says, well, not too much. He is available for breeding if anybody would like to use him, but she doesn't really go out of her way to market him. I think he'd be a great asset to South African warm blood breeding. He's got a super temperament. She said he doesn't ever worry about the mares. Never gets phased about anything for a stallion. He really is a cool dude. Going super well here. Don't want to put the mockers on her, but clear so far. There's just a few more left to come. And that's 6 clear rounds. Well done, Charlie Crockett. Through to the jump off she goes. The jump off heating up. Hotting up, going to be competitive with Charlie in the mix. Well done, Charlie Crockett. Now another wonderful female rider is Lara Neal, number 19, Callahoo Consuri. She goes next. Was a winner yesterday of the final class of the day. That was the 1 meter 30 championship class. She absolutely blew the competition away. If Lara goes into jump off, you know it's going to be quick. So Lara Neal currently moving on to jump number 2, the wall. Has to give Consuri a little bit of encouragement there. Serious quality horse bred by the Callahoo stud. Lara, the owner of Equestrian Affair, TAC Retail Outlets. One based just down the road here in Ballou, and I think another one in Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken. Married to Gareth Neal, the Neal brothers of Delmont Mining. Gareth and Sean, top competitors, multiple winners of World Cups, South African Championships, you name it, they've done it. Big horse family. Based out in the south of Johannesburg, just outside of Walkerville, Blue Saddle Ranches, that area. So a long way that they need to travel to shows, but they're at all of them. Super dedicated. And they certainly do get the results. Fortunately, one down for Consuri at this stage. And will remain on the 4 penalties. Callahoo Consuri, I do beg your pardon, change that to 8, 4 being for time. So 1 for jumping, 4 for time, puts Lara on a score of 8 in 103.5. 1:38.69. But Conserie's certainly got a big future ahead of him. Pretty new to the 1m35s, just having a feel around here. Zdenek Muchner returns. He was first to go on Le Padre. And here he is on his second ride, number 20, Caskia, for owner Liz Ladera. I think Sten actually owning Caskia in partnership with Lizzie Ladera. The two of them own Caskia together. Super hot-blooded Caskia. Takes a lot of skill to partner this man. Of course, Sten is got skill in abundance. Superstar rider. Also another rider who gets through a lot of horses every day. I think he's got something like 14 horses in his string that he finishes before lunchtime, up early in the morning to get them all done, and then turns his hand to teaching, mostly out of Manador, but he is setting up a facility at his and his wife's home. Of course, wife Kirsty, pregnant with their first child, expecting in February, so come February, Sten's going to be up a lot earlier than 6 in the morning with a newborn baby. Deciding that that's enough, Caskia just blown the gasket a little bit coming through the treble combination, having a few down there. Sten knows he can't win it from that position and decides to call it a day. The hand goes in the air and retirement. The mare does get very, very buzzy. And Sten deciding, well, there's no point in continuing after those couple poles. So retirement for Caskia, number 20, and Zdenek Muchner. Ada Rain Ferguson will be next to go. Ada Rain riding number 21, Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl. Action Girl, formerly the rider of Lauren McKillop. Now the mount of young Ada Rain Ferguson. Ada Rain also based out of Kyalami. If I'm not mistaken, still at school. Ada Rain Ferguson, one of the top young riders. And this Action Girl by Action Petsy. Riding on a super forward rhythm is Ada Rain, one of the traits of her riding, always going forward. If I'm not mistaken, trains with Chad Cunningham. Ronnie Healy, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Ronnie. Ronnie Healy, who we'll see later today for sure. Another expectant father. Wife Ashley also pregnant. So lots of young baby riders on the way. Super clear round for Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl and young Ada Rain Ferguson. Through to the jump off they go. And Ada Rain coming home in 77.46, well within the 89 seconds time allowed. So it just shows you how she does move along. Martijn Swanepoel next to go, number 22, Cartago Vandenbos. Now a 10-year-old by Freestyle. Out of a capital mare, Selena. Martijn trained for many, many years with Graham Wynne, the two of them thick as thieves, and went to the World Equestrian Games together as riders, as part of the South African team, the eventing team in Kentucky. Martijn doing exceptionally well. But now, having turned both of their hands solely, primarily to show jumping, and Martijn just absolutely loves the game. Oh, it's going to have to kick. Vandenbos makes up the ground from 6A to 6B with that long lolloping stride of his. Now, for my money, I think Martin is going to have to keep his eye on the clock if he wants to get home in under 89 seconds. Got less than 20 seconds to get home. He's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit. One left to come. And unfortunately, the time will play no part, even though he is over the time allowed. The last fence coming down. So 5 the total, finishes in 90.6 form. 4 for jumping, 1 for time. For number 22, Kartago, Vandenbos and Martin Swanepoel. So perhaps he just had to hunt a little bit till the last to get inside of the time allowed and paying the penalty there. Riders do have to move on around this track. Watch that they don't go too wide. Jean Saliers goes next, number 23. They're just replacing the woodwork at the final fence. So I'm just having a final look around. Chiquita is who she rides. By Shaka D. Out of a bachelor mare. Chiquita. John, another one of the top young riders in South Africa. Competes in all the young rider competitions. 17 years old. And on track now in this 1m35 Reonet sponsored championship class on Chiquita. Currently 33% clears, 7 clears from 21 starters.
Again, that earlier announcement, when you are on standby, please keep to the outside of the arena.
So once again, the treble combination coming into play. The B element going down. Currently sitting on 4. So there you go, her chances of victory today. Will not advance through to the jump-off, but would like to bring Chiquita home and just the 4. Gives 8 a little rub in front. Got slightly deep to that one. Got away with it. Pole stays in the cups, through the Reonet double, no problems. 3 left to come. Unfortunately, 10 going down, the back element of that Oxa, so currently sitting on 8. And we'll finish on the 8 penalties, Jean Saliers and Chiquita. Good time, 79.61, so some 10 seconds inside of the time allowed. Nicholas Riley returns, number 24, Sunny Park Crispin. Wonderful horse by Euro Chris out of a Sharp Romance mare. And of course, Nicola loves the Sharp Romance. She made her name on Sharp Colt, who was a Sharp Romance. So by Euro Chris out of the Sharp Romance thoroughbred mare. Brings some blood, and I absolutely just adore this little horse. He's playful, he's quirky. You can see bucking around the corners, loves the job. Nicknamed Crispy by the stable, but to me he always reminds me of Tigger from Winnie the Pooh in the way he bounces around and plays and just loves his job. He's a real animated, fun little horse. Just adore him. Chatting to Nicola during lockdown, she told me the story that they didn't think too much of him as a young horse, and so as he went on, he just got better and better and better. And as a super game little campaigner. So far so good, 3 left to come. Crispy. Well within the time allowed. Got another 10 seconds to get home as she approaches the last, and clear all the way. Well ridden by the very capable Nicola Riley. Through to the jump off, number 24, Sunny Parks Crispin.
Around 8 so far. Sunny Park Crispin, Nicola Riley.
Of course, that was Nicola's second ride. She was early to go on Contessa, but the first of her clears. So that makes 8 through to the jump off now. Reonet Cup goes again. He's next to come. On his second ride, back on track, Habibs. Again for owner Linda Ellerine. Habibi, a Dutch warm blood by Harmony, out of a Concord mare. Certainly a class individual is Habibi. Been produced right through her career by Reiner, and has come up pretty quickly. Super behind. She's now an 8-year-old. Was imported by Linda Ellerine. And Ray just giving an absolute peach of a ride. Smooth and forward, giving her every opportunity to jump these fences clear. You never see him interfering with his hands. Sits still as a mouse. Puts them on a rhythm. And that's the outcome, a beautiful clear round in 79.95. So back on track, Habibi, and Ray advanced through to the jump off. And of course, that his second clear, so 2 from 2. He went to number 4 in Sheldon, gave us a clear there, and at 25, his second clear on Habibi, both of those horses for Linda Ellerine.
26 on track,
Bianca Pitt, she went early as well on Cascaya at number 3. 12 penalties on that occasion, looking for a clear round now on number 26, Azure Good Times. Bianca, the winner of the 2019 South African Junior Show Jumping Championship, so she is the current South African Junior Show Jumping Champion. Can't quite remember if she took the championship on this horse or her other good horse, Bakato. I do know that they both went incredibly well. There was certainly none of that on that day. Fortunately, 4 penalties there at that Canon vertical. And a big thank you to Canon for their very generous sponsorship of their cameras. So it is the aim of Kyalami Equestrian Park to bring you a lot more streaming, where you can enjoy top-class show jumping in the comfort of your own home, thanks to Canon and Kyalami Equestrian Park, and of course Reonet, the sponsor of the show and all the championship classes in it. So 4 penalties thus far, and definitely time penalties to add after that disobedience as we move on to jump number 8 with Azure Good Times in Bianca Pitt. Safely over jump number 8. Moving on now to the Reonet double. Oh, gets away with it. A little bit stuttery coming in. Makes a plan. Little clip behind there, the back rail, but gets away with it. So still just on the 4, although we are already into time penalties. safely over the last, and a total of 7, 4 for jumping, 3 for time. I think Bianca will be annoyed with that. Didn't quite see why the disobedience happened. It could so easily have been a clear, because that is out of character for 0 good times. Total of 7. Bronwyn DeSantos returns, number 27. The very game, very quick Carlson, 113. Of course, she has given us a clear round already on Capital Lavubu, so looking to double up. And if Carlson goes clear, well, you know that he is going to fly in the jump off. But first round's first. Got across the beam with 0 penalties to advance through to the jump off. So far, so good. Carlson 113, Hanoverian bred by Korlensky out of a Picard mare. And you just see once he's locked onto the fence, once he understands the question, ears prick forward, Bronwyn has to sit up and hold him back because he says, "Let me at it, mama." Super jumper out of a forward rhythm. One more to come, well within the time. And that is going to be quick in the jump off. Carlson 113 gives us our 10th clear round. So Bronwyn doubles up, 2 from 2, having a good day here thus far in the 1 meter 35 Reonet Championship. 2 rides, 2 clears. Joanne Roberts goes next, number 28, Zambezi Z by Zandor, out of a Cartago mare. Zungus Hide bred, that's what the Z stands for, Zungus Hide stud. Leon Melchior. Unfortunately, now deceased Mr. Melchior, but one of the biggest, most well-established, famous studs in Europe. And we're already into time penalties. Joe's going to have to really kick on now. Fortunately, the horse napping towards the gate after jump number 1. If she wants to get home within the time limit, she's really going to have to kick on. Needs to just get him into a rhythm, and that's unfortunately not happening.
Second disobedience, the elimination for Zambezi and Joanne Roberts.
So that is an elimination. Judges counted the nap towards the gate as a disobedience, and that the second disobedience spells elimination for number 28, Zambezi Z and Joanne Roberts. Not their day today. So John Bauer's already gone.
Number 29 next, Bruce Dewar, Cindy Watrous' Capital Cherokee.
No, I beg your pardon. This is Capital Cherokee, number 29, and Bruce Dewar. John Bauer apparently will be next to go, so Cherokee next to come. Currently on track now. Now Bruce does a hell of a good job with this horse because he is a lot of hard work. Bruce will be the first to tell you that. As they say in boxers, he certainly has gone above his punching weight as Cherokee. Got a huge amount of power off the ground, but you'll see that Bruce really has to get after him and motivate him strongly all the way around the track. And he is deceptive, because in a runoff he'll seem that he's not going much faster than he is now. And yet he shaves off time, good turns, and often takes wins in classes. Bruce, also a professional horseman, has been his entire life, comes from a very horsey family. One of 4 siblings, 3 of which rode as juniors, and I think Bruce the only one left riding these days. And always competitive, Always gives it a go, does Bruce. Rode in France for many years. Holder of Protea colours. And there you go, brings him home clear in 86.69. So through to the jump off, Bruce Dewar and Capital Cherokee.
Around Capital Cherokee and Bruce Dewar, shaping up to be an exciting jump off with 11 riders now clear, 34 still to come in the first round. Next of those is John Bauer.
Right, next to go is John Bauer. Air Holidays Callao Lucavella for owners Carenza and Ian Hunter of Air Holidays. South African Warm Blood by Lisbon out of a Ramiro mare, Ravella. And this is John's second ride. Had just the one-time penalty on Lord Granus earlier on, so he'll be weary of the clock here. Doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Got Lucavella a nice forward rhythm. As I said earlier, that's really the hallmark of John's riding. He rides on an exceptionally good rhythm. Always able just to go forward to the fence those last 2 or 3 strides. Fortunately, not his day today, catching the front rail of that C element of that treble combination with the back toes. So one rail having gone down 4 penalties thus far. So now it just comes down to giving the horse more experience. Chances are gone, but he'd like to navigate his way around for just the 4 penalties. Lovely horses, Lucavella. Super technique, good mind. I think formerly the ride of Shaitan Hendricks. Shaitan was on this horse for a while, and now John got the ride. And really that was a pity, because that could so easily have been clear. Just a bit of a novice mistake with the back toes there. Really did nothing wrong other than just leave the back toes on the front rail. So 4 penalties for Air Holidays, Lucavella and John Bauer. 88.81 was the time, so sneaks into the time allowed. Lynette Wheatley next to go. Recurring Dream. I've had a few of those. Number 31.
Preventing COVID-19 starts with you. Thank you very much for keeping us.
Recurring Dream by Rubaldor. And to be quite honest with you, I don't know too much about Lynette Wheatley. Coming past the commentary point saying, let's go, let's go. So giving Recurring Dream some positive motivation. Coming inside of the treble combination, which we haven't seen, to number 8. Will it pay off? Just gets away with it. So Recurring Dream, she's obviously cognizant of the time, not going in exactly the most forward of rhythms. So looking to make up some time that she doesn't incur any time penalties by taking some inside turns. Time currently sitting on 77 seconds. She comes to the last, clear so far. And well done. Clear and through to the jump off, Lynette Wheatley and number 31, Recurring Dream. Good effort.
84.92 leaves all the fences standing. It's clear.
84.92 the time. So she obviously was aware of the time. She came inside of the treble combination to number 8. Had she gone around there, one we've had to say she would have been into time penalties. So good thinking, Lynette. Moving on now to number 32, Kaylee Triggle. Callao Charlie and 7. By Choco Blue out of a For Pleasure mare. Super well bred. Wonderful mare, formerly ridden by her brother Thomas. Tom now crisscrossing oceans back and forth to Europe to go and ride, along with Oliver Lazarus. And also studying in London, I believe. Clever chap is old Tom, and a wonderful rider, but Kaylee now got the ride on Charlene. Charlene. Of course, Kaylee, daughter of Govert Triggle, Govert of Reonet. We say big thank you to for sponsoring both the show as well as the live streaming. So all pictures today brought to you by Reonet, and pictures brought to you by Canon cameras. Big thank you to Reonet and to Canon. Super ride thus far. One left to come. Don't want to put the mockers on her, but clear to the last. Takes a bit of a flyer, gets away with it, 86.09. She cuts the beam and through to the jump off goes Kellahoe's Charlene 7 and young Kaylee Triggle. Well done. So percentages have climbed. We now sit on 41% clears. 31 have gone, 13 of those have gone clear. Lorette Knowles-Taylor goes next. Of course, we saw daughter Ashley Taylor go earlier. Here's mom Lorette. Number 33, Kellahoe Cornisha. Born on Christmas Day, 2011, by Con Coriano, out of a granulate mare, Geisha. Obviously a rider who needs no introduction. Been a winner of just about everything on offer in South African show jumping throughout the years. Had some wonderful partnerships with various horses. Been a winner of derbies, Grand Prix, World Cups. You name it, she's done it, and also super competitive in a jump off. Now show jumping family, Lorette and Barry, and now Ashley as well. And clear all the way. Well done, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, through to the jump off on Kellahoe Cornisha for the Farnham Stable.
It's a slew of clears coming through now. Kellahoe Cornisha, Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
Percentages continue to climb.
Makes it 14 we now have. 17 places on offer, so still another 3 spots.
43% clears.
With another 30 riders to come.
Kaylin Fincham goes next, number 34, Saturn Dupashi. For Delmont Mining and Civils. When I say Fincham, what I really mean is MacDonald. She recently married. I think end of last year she tied the knot. And it's a wonderful stallion. Belgian warm blood by Kashmir van der Schutterhof. Out of a Darko mare, so super well bred is Saturn, and Kaylin very, very, very competitive in a jump off, especially on this horse. He's been around the block, lots of experience under his girth. Knows how to pull off a tight turn if ever there was a combination to do so. So if they advance through to the jump off, then watch out the rest. Of course, there are some super quick riders already through. Lara Neal's there. Charlie Crockart's there. Lorette Knowles-Taylor's there. Will Kaylin MacDonald join them? So far, so good. 3 left to come. Kaylin does ride for the Neal family, so she racks up lots of miles on the road, commuting out to their farm most days. Gives the last a rub, gets away with it, crosses the beam in 83.31, clear round for Saturn And Kaylin, so through to the jump off, you can see she's absolutely thrilled. It's a wonderful partnership, wonderful bond and rapport with that stallion. Giving him lots and lots of hugs and loves for his efforts. Well done. So, continue to climb does the clear run percentage, now 45%. Lauren Pretorius, she's in picture, she goes next. Number 35, Capital Reonet. Holsteiner by Hamoon out of Reonet. I beg your pardon, he's by Kalido out of Hamoon. Kalido by Cantus. Wonderful bloodline. And she's done a super job producing this horse. Has produced him right from the get-go, has Lauren. And obviously the hallmark of his jump is the air time, the hang time that he gets at the apex of the jump. You'll see he goes very high. A little bit loose with his front end, but certainly makes up for it in the height that he gets over the fences. He just accommodates the front end by going higher. Which can sometimes cost a little bit of time in the air, cost you a little bit of time in the jump off. Three left to come. So far, so good. Gives the last fence a little rub, gets away with it. And through to the jump off they go in a time of 87.96. Clear all the way. Well done, Lauren. Of course, she had a ride earlier on Bodaloon. She had one down there in the treble. Makes amends on Reonet.
Still to come in the first round. The next are both Shayton Hendricks. Number 36 is Bijan's Kalenko.
Chayton Hendricks. Bijan's Kalenko next to go 36. For owner Shawnee Gage. Huge supporter of Chayton's and huge supporter of equestrian sport. Mum of Paige Gage. Puts a lot of money into the game. Another one of the sponsors here at Kyle Army is Biogen. Big thank you to them for everything that they put into equestrian sport through sponsorships. Chayton, a very stylish but very effective rider. Had lots of support over the years from Ian and Carenza Hunter. Now Shawnee Gage. Rides top level dressage as well, so that's where the very good position in the saddle comes from. Has had lots of formative training in his younger years and continues to do so. Trains with Niall Quirk, the top dressage trainer, when he comes out. And for show jumping, trains with Domini, if I'm not mistaken. Chad now. Chad. I am mistaken. Sorry, Chad. And there we go. Clear all the way. The clear rounds are racking up. Bijan's Kalenko and Shayton Hendricks joins the jump off. Of course, one would expect the jump offs to come thick and fast towards the end as we get into the higher qualified horses. Next to go will be Catherine Neal, former South African show jumping champion on Clyde Z, but today she rides number 37, Hope van Orshoff. Haven't seen Catherine riding this horse before. I've seen husband Sean putting in some good rounds, but Catherine riding today. Delmont Mining and Civils. Hope by Cabrera from the Heffink. Out of the Bonham mare Tessina van Orshoff. Catherine, another rider that grew up in Natal. Sure. Mom Paula is watching, if you are. And what's happened? She's shaking her head. Has she lost her way? So 4 penalties for disobedience, although the horse did nothing. I think Catherine just losing her way slightly. She'll be a little bit annoyed with herself. Hope jumping absolutely beautifully. Just sailed through that treble combination. So Catherine now just using this as a confidence builder. There's going to be lots and lots of time penalties to add after that disobedience. Loss of track. Not going to call it a disobedience, Hope doing nothing wrong. Just one of those things that sometimes happens. To me, often. It's age, you see. Catherine, my generation, we grew up together in Shongweni, and Catherine's first pony, Frosty Thunder, was my first pony. So she'll be a little bit annoyed with herself after that. Could so easily have been a clear. Ends up on 9 penalties, 5 of those being for time and 4 for the loss of track. Nicholas Riley, she returns. This her 3rd ride, if I'm not mistaken. 38 next to go. Sunny Park Stables, Eagles.
Next, Nicholas Riley. The 2nd ride in this class is Sunny Park Stables, Eagles Laser. Looking to give us her
3rd ride. She went early on Contessa, then on Crispin. Gave us a clear round on Crispin. Looking to double up here on Laser. Laser, South African warm blood by Lassiter out of Eagles Concerto. Looks far more like Concerto than Lassiter. Big scopy jumper. Big lolloping stride has Laser, so shouldn't have much problem with the time. Nicola is a super fast rider at the best of times anyway. Putting him in a forward rhythm, so it's a forward rhythm with a big stride. Should come home just fine inside the time allowed. Nice low angle shot. Brought to you by a production team headed by Mr. Mike Demain, Donovan Ahrens in the OB unit. Cole Flanagan on camera A. No, Cole's in the OB unit. Who have we got on the cameras? Etienne and Umtabizi supplying the pictures for today on those wonderful newly sponsored Canon cameras. And there we go, another clear, 87.12. So, in fact, it was pretty close to the time allowed of 89 seconds, but comes inside on a clear round. Sunny Park Stables, Eagles Laser gives Nicholas Riley her 2nd clear from 3 rides. Stenek Mukna, he's a busy man. That's his 3rd ride. Lord Ad Astra. Usually the ride of wife Kirsty, but Kirsty with a bun in the oven, not riding. So Sten taking full advantage of that and hopping aboard Lord Ad Astra at number 39. And I just absolutely love this little horse. He's game, light, quick, super light on his feet, pings up into the air, got a wonderful technique as well. Lovely expression on his face as he goes down to the fences. Oh, Sten, you're going to have to straighten up. Oh, right. Yeah, he came in off of a little bit of a different line to 6A. Had to straighten up between 6A and 6B. Got away with it. Means that the distance between the fences is going to be slightly longer. Had to push. No problems through the Reonet double. Wonderful technique by Lord Astra, reaching for the back rail. Over number 10 to the last. Clear all the way. Wonderful, wonderful ride there by Stenek Mukna. 82.71, well within the time allowed. And that'll be competitive in the jump off. Of course, they're looking to walk away with 6,000 Rand courtesy of Reonet. So lots to play for here. Bianca Pitt returns. This is her third ride. Bakato. She went early on Cascaya, then Good Times, and now Bakato.
14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8, and 3.
Still looking for her first clear. Really opens up behind over his fences, doesn't he, Bakato? Lovely technique behind. And I think Bakato was the horse she won SA Champs on. Was one of them. Azure Good Times or Bakato, but I'm pretty sure it was Bakato. She'd love to go clear and put the hoodoo on her, but clear to the last. Love to join the jump off, and she does. Clear all the way for Bakato and Bianca Pitt. 83.06, briskly around this first round. Well done, Bianca Pitt. Charlie Crockart, he returns on the Bergs de Volta. Dutch bred by Whittinger, of a Concord mare. And Whittinger, if I'm not mistaken, by Indoctro. By the Berg Equestrian, Charlie rides for. She's had wonderful support from all of her patrons, Charlie. Super hard worker. Got a wonderful facility now at the top end of Sun Valley, where she both lives and trains. Trains a lot of young riders, does a lot of traveling. Well, not these days with COVID and all travel restrictions, but in normal times travels up to Zambia and Zimbabwe, and it's got patrons who support her all over Africa. Wonderful forward ride to that. Now she has to balance. Goes over the bridge, no problems, coming through to the last. This is shaping up into a very, very good jump off. Some super speedy combinations going clear, moving into the second round to the jump off. And Charlie Crockart makes it 2 from 2, clear on both her rides. Another very, very speedy one in a jump off is the one that's next to go, number 42, Otaniqua. Otaniqua partnered by Tamar Glixman. Thoroughbred blood all the way. Otaniqua by Woodman. Out of a Shadid Mare Shadow Music. Thoroughbred blood all the way. Albeit United States thoroughbred blood. Super little horse for Tamar. Otaniqua has won lots and lots of classes. At his best over the 135s. And if this goes clear, then they really, really are going to have to be aware that Tamar's in the jump off, and there's going to be no hanging about, because whatever time they post, she's going to be quicker. That's what thoroughbred blood brings, a real forward gallop. And you can see he got some serious hardware in Otanikwa's mouth. That's just to restrain him, because once he gets on his bicycle, he wants to go, boy. Tamar needing all the braking she can get. Super jump over that, came right up through the weather, gave it some air, one left to come. Gave it a little bit of a tap with the back foot, gets away with it, clear through to the jump off. Now that's going to be dangerous. Otanikwa, number 42. Well done, Tamar Glexman. Looking forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the jump off. It's going to be hot.
Another 21 still to come in the first round. So
Reonet Cup next to go. This his third ride, if I'm not mistaken. And so far clear on his other two rides. Sheldon was clear, Habibi was clear. He'd certainly love Lansink to be clear as well, because another one who is super fast in the jump off is Lansink, and I know that Ray really rates Lansink very highly. Has won plenty of classes, has Lansink. Super pedigree by Lissabon, out of a Pilote mare. Piquet. Pilote. Formidable stallion. By Perseus. Rhino owing a lot to his formative years in training with Eugene Almeida. Spent lots of time riding with Eugene. Eugene sadly no longer with us. And now getting help from Rogan Askin. Of course, he won the Derby last year with Clooney. Clooney formerly the ride of Rogan, stabled at Northland Stables, as is Sheldon and Habibi. Linda Ellerina, long-time supporter of Northland Stables. And a big supporter of equestrian sport through her sponsorship of Back on Track. Well done. Lansink goes into the jump off, so Reonet Cup 3 from 3 on blistering form today. That's going to be difficult to beat as well. There's a lot of speed merchants moving into this jump off. It's hotting up. Of course, the percentages are climbing. 54% clears now. Bibisi goes next, number 44, Bronwyn De Santos. Her third ride. She was clear on Carlson. Was she clear on Lavubu as well? Yes, so also looking for a treble. Clear on her first two rides. And now riding Bibisi by Kalato Kama. Out of the Marcus Me Bogini. So unfortunately not going to be 3 from 3 for Bronwyn. Pretty new combination. Hasn't been with the horse too much. I think it was with Oliver Lazarus overseas, stabled at his facility, and Oliver was campaigning the horse for a while. Bronwyn was crossing over and going and riding it overseas from time to time, but just deciding that a bit too much of a schlep to get over there, so rather bringing the horse back to South Africa and establishing a good partnership. So plenty left to come in the future from Bronwyn De Santos and Bibisi, a quality pairing. Not their day today, but that's how it goes. You have good days and bad days. Or maybe good days and not so good days. That wasn't bad. Total of 14 penalties, 6 of those being for time in 110.28 seconds for Bronwyn, De Santos and Bibisi. Another rider who needs absolutely no introduction. He's a master of his craft. He's been around for a long time, ridden at top level. Gallagher Conivella, Jonathan Clark, for owners Jonathan Clark and Tamsin Vegrastek. Tamsin of Silhouette Equestrian, a big supporter of Jonathan. Other big supporters of Jono are Slade Equestrian. Rides a number of horses for both of those outfits. Professional horseman, riding is his passion, riding is his game. He's done it at a top level for many years now. This Conivella by Con Coriano, out of a Rafael mare, Ravella, quality individual. Jonathan's ridden overseas, he's campaigned at World Equestrian Games. In Rome, I think it was the year that he campaigned. Did it the hard way, went overseas by himself. Absolutely brilliant rider, master tactician, brilliant eye, is sympathetic on the back of a horse as they come, beautiful hands. No mistake, horses do jump for him. And as easy as you like, through to the jump off goes Kellaho, Connie Vella and Jonathan Clark in 83.06, are well within the time allowed, 7 seconds inside the time. As we get to the higher qualified horse and rider combinations, so the clear rounds coming thick and fast. So we spoke about Slade Equestrian a moment or two ago. In comes Data Sciences Gerber von der Bischkop, formerly the ride of Jonathan Clark for Slade Equestrian, still with Slade Equestrian, but now the mount of Tracy Carney. Tracy holding Protea colours from a very horsey family, the Cobain family. Her sister Lynn, also a top rider, unfortunately given up riding not too long ago, but decided to call it a day. Former winner of the Derby with Avis Ella. Tracy, a professional horsewoman, rides out of the Reinkiesfontein area. And she is just a top class jockey. Always has been. Top junior rider. Tracy wouldn't mind me saying that over the years, she's probably the only thing that she has lacked is horsepower, because she's got all the other attributes of a top rider. Gives the last a rub, but gets away with it. Clear all the way through to the jump off goes Gerber and Tracy Carney. So 45 have gone, 25 have gone clear, 55% clears. So next to go, the horse in picture at the moment, just giving a little kick out, is Sparkling, for owner Jackie Topping and rider Gregory Scott. Another individual who's been part of the show jumping fabric in South Africa for many, many years. Greg, another professional horseman. operating out of the Northland stables up in the Sun Valley area. Langani Farm, famous Langani Farm, formerly owned by the Cliffords. He and Rogan operate out of there for some years now. Sparkling by Staccato. Greg might just have to keep an eye on the clock. Sparkling giving a great account of himself, but already sitting close to 80 seconds. Should be okay. Just inside the time allowed, leaves them all up 88.07. Squeaks in, does Sparkling, and Greg Scott, and joins those in the jump off who have gone clear before him. Great ride there by Greg Scott. We'll say judged the time to perfection. 88.07 seconds. So next to go was to be number 48, Pilgrim. Not sure if that one is scratched, but we do have Thomas Triggle to go next. And number 49, Calaho Sancho. Thomas back in South Africa for the time being. I think came home during lockdown or just before lockdown, managed to get a flight home. Or during lockdown perhaps. I know that he was hanging out at Oliver Lazarus's new setup, and what a lovely setup it is. Just on the Holland border. And I believe Tom, as we said earlier on in commentary, is going to go to do his tertiary education in England. But for now, he is in South Africa. And here he goes in this 1m35 Reonet Championship on Calaho Sancho. Calaho Sancho also by Staccato. Of course, Sparkling went previously by Staccato. So from one Staccato to another. But this one out of a Kidam de Revel mare. If I'm not mistaken, Sancho formerly the ride of Caitlin Lepart. But I could be wrong. Of course, Pierre Lepart partners in the Reonet business. If you are watching Pierre and Caitlin down in KwaZulu-Natal, very good afternoon to you. And thanks, Pierre, you and Govett, for coming to the party with the Reonet sponsorship. And there you go, clear all the way. Class act is young Thomas Triggle, riding a quality individual. Calaho Sancho, clear all the way in 83.60 seconds, joins the jump off. So, racking up thick and fast. No sign of Lisa Williams and Pilgrim, so we're going to put a line through that one. That was 48, seems to be scratched. 50, Stenek Mukna. Well, we said earlier in commentary, he has a string of about 14 horses. I think he has about 10 of them in this class. Here he goes again on Permelia, number 50. By Foresight Preamble D. Permelia. Out of a Polydictus von der Hellemare. And I think this Sten's fourth ride. And you certainly can see the Polydictus coming out in Permelia. Takes that same line to 6-8, gets away with it. Gives a big kick to number 8. Amelia certainly giving that one some air. So this stands 4th ride, and I think just the one clear so far. Lord Ad Astra. I lose count, I could be wrong. We'll have a look at them once we wrap up this first round. And there you go, clear all the way for Zdenek Muchner and Permelia, having a busy class. This is 2nd clear. So he's on a 50% strike rate in terms of clears, this being his 4th ride, and out of those 4, his 2nd clear. Number 50, Permelia, and Zdenek Muchner, one that he does own. So if you've just joined us, very good morning to you. And this is the adult 1 meter 35 championship. Currently on track, number 51, Costa G. Aisling Triggle for owner Govert Triggle. Husband of Aisling. I love this horse. Substantial scopy individual by Cosido. Out of a Conair mare, Vanilla G. Fortunately, having the first fence, they're already sitting on the 4 penalties. Don't know what's worse, the first fence or the last fence. I have the first fence, I just aim for the gate, hack straight out. And the C element of that treble combination coming down, so just getting a little bit close, a little bit tight in the distance, rubbing it off in front. Currently sitting on the 8 penalties. Costa, formerly the ride of Barry Taylor. Jumped a few of the big classes with Barry. Now being partnered by Aisling. Not liking something, kicking out. Maybe the leg. The leg or the spur. And the last going down. So bookends the round with the first and last, and one in the middle as well at 6C. Inside the time allowed, 86.96. So there were 4 that went down, I beg your pardon, so finishes on 16 penalties. Personally, I just saw the 3, but 4 it is, 16 penalties for Costa G. Mandy Johnson goes next, number 52, Lambus. Wonderful, wonderful Holsteiner gelding by Landos out of a Limbus mare. Noblesse 26, a former winner of a World Cup. Was imported from England by Mandy a few years ago. And he is just a little superstar. He's coming back, that's why you'll see him jumping in the 135s. He was sidelined with injury for most of last year. He did a check ligament, unfortunately, whilst jumping on the grass. Was sidelined for some 6 months, but coming back into himself. Mandy doing a wonderful, wonderful job with his rehabilitation and bringing him back. If Lambus had his way, he'd be already back in the big classes, but Mandy just doing all the necessary building blocks back to the big time with Lambus. Make no mistake, he'll get back into the big classes. He is just a little superstar. He reminds me of a squash ball, the way he just pings around, ears pricked, looking for the work, looking for the fences. Beautiful expression on his face. And doesn't he and Mandy just make a super, super combination? There you go, clear all the way. Easy as you like for him. 135. So within his scope. Of course, he's jumped World Cups and Grand Prix. They're just playing with 135 today. Lambus, and through to the jump off he goes. Not sure whether Mandy will be asking for a full effort in the jump off, but we'll see. Amelia Campbell-Horn, she goes next, currently in picture on Corps de Coeur. One of my favorite mares, Holsteiner. She's just a class act, beautiful technique, beautiful to look at, lovely lines, lovely symmetry by Contendro. Is Cordicer, beautiful canter. I do hope Amelia has been taking embryos and that there are a few little Cordicers galloping around the breeding paddocks, because she is a quality individual. I'm sure they are. I'm sure Mum Penny will send me a text now and tell me just who they are and who they're by. I'd love to know. If any of you Campbell Horn connections are watching, let us know. And isn't she just glowing, looking a picture of health? One to come. Amelia takes a check, balances up. Little twist in there over the last. Comes home, clear round in 83.54. Cordicer, Amelia Campbell Horn. Well done.
It's a clear round for Cordicer, Amelia Campbell Horn. Number 30 going through to the jump off over 14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8 and 3. 58% of our riders
30 clears is what we have. Certainly going to be a competitive jump off. 51 starters, 30 have gone clear. Paige Gage goes next. This is her second ride. Number 54, Biogen's Casper. Paige is the owner. Chayton Hendricks rode this horse after Brian Mayer. A wonderful second in the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa on Casper. Lorette Knowles rode him as well when Brian was studying. So he's had a few pilots, but now in the safe and reliable hands of Paige Gage. To build a beautiful partnership with him. He is a soldier, super reliable, wonderfully talented, uncomplicated. Just any rider's dream horse. Gets him a little bit deep to that, and he just comes up even higher, makes the space for himself, and safely negotiates the treble combination. Casper, a Holsteiner bred by Carolus, out of a Grundyman mare. He would be in his teens now. Super effort over that, again a little bit deep, it just pops up through the weather and ends up giving that Oxer some air. Good ride to the last. Clear all the way through to the jump off goes Paige Gage and Biogen's Casper. Well done.
55.50, it's a clear round for Paige Gage and Biogen's Casper. 31 we now have into the jump off with 9 still to come in this first round. Next of those, 55.
So 52 have gone, 9 still left to come, 59% clear rounds, 31 will go through to the jump off at this stage, with still 9 left to come. 55 is next to go, it's Michelle Fleming. Plasticella's master batch Fadine, recently imported by Michelle. Big scopy horse.
I'm not gonna zoom, man.
Super technique. Wonderful acquisition to her string. Well, she's got the magnificent Chigori as well. And Fadine certainly will add a lot of paddock value to South Africa, being a mare, Dutch bred by Gellard de la Pomme. He by Jeu de Pomme, out of a coriander mare, Widin. Widin out of Fidin, out of Widin. Michelle been training for many years now with Barry Taylor. Just looks the ultimate show jumping horse, doesn't he? Covers ground, beautiful canter, plenty of scope, uncomplicated. And as one would expect, another beautiful clear round by number 55, Plasticola's Master Batch Fidin. Well done, Michelle. Through to the jump off she goes in this 1m35 championship class. Brought to you by Reonet. We certainly hope that you are enjoying the streaming coverage. This is the first of 3 classes that we'll bring you today. Following the 135s, we move on to the 140s and then the 145 Reonet Cup a little bit later on in the day. So currently on track is Jean Corber, number 57, Lamina Z. Dyes Esperanto was carded to go next, but doesn't look like Esperanto is here. So Jean Corber currently on track on Lamina Z by La Pimure out of a Consuelo mare Matilda. John won't mind me saying she's not going to win many showing classes, but she certainly can jump. She just loves Lamina. Super competitive. If this goes clear, you'll know that she's going to be a firecracker in the jump off. Of course, Jean, a mother of 2, wife of Reiner Corber, very much part of Corber equestrian setup. Jean and Ray make their wage from equestrian sport as riders and coaches and producers of horses, based just down the road here in Baloo. Both of them have a wonderful string of horses. Super competitive, the pair of them, as you will no doubt see when she goes into the jump off on Lamina. And Jean doing the wise thing and not having husbands train her. She is trained by Gonda Beatrix to spare the couple from any conflict at home. Wise decision. I think Ray's relieved more than anybody. Another clear, well done, Lamina. Next to go, number 58, Zonjati Avatar. Kirsty Brimacombe owns and rides. And we mentioned Lamina's breeding earlier, and there was Consuelo that featured in that pedigree. And this Avatar by Consuelo himself, out of a Drossel Clung mare. Those breeding aficionados or those who are interested in pedigrees. Fortunately, another one who takes the rail at that water tray. Been down a few times today. It hasn't been down in quite a while, but Avatar just doing some low flying over that one. Very rewarding when you sit on them right from the get-go.
It's a 7 and 10 down, 8 penalties it is for Zonjati Avatar and Kirsty Brimacombe. Just dropped ever so slightly with that round, down to 60%.
2 down, 8 penalties.
Number 59 is Calaho Lepadino, Oscar Ube.
Oscar Ngube, he goes next, number 59, Calaho Lepadino. And by the Farnham Stables, along with Oscar. Oscar, another professional horseman. Wonderful story concerning Oscar, how he got into show jumping. His back history is very interesting. One stage, looking for show jumping rides, he was touring the country as part of a Cossack riding stunt act, when he was spotted at the Royal Show as a youngster doing his Cossack riding. and then moved into being produced by Denton Sander, and then later on Barry Taylor. Now a father of two. In fact, his youngest born, him and wife Catherine, welcomed into the world a baby boy, Kobe Stewart, born 2 months ago, to add to their family. Sienna, now 2 years old. And the two of them, Catherine and Oscar, running a very successful facility just down the road from the... If you could throw a stone, you would land in the paddocks of their facility. Leopardino, another one by Lissabon, out of the Pedinus mare Zidria. Fortunately, a couple of rails gone down, coming towards the last. Oscar sitting on 8. Comes inside of the 89 seconds in 85.40. Finishes on 8 penalties. I'm afraid Oscar not today. Will not advance through to the jump off. Not too many left to come, just the 5. Cantalara next to go, Elise Steenkamp, number 60. And if this goes into the jump off, then it will be a short-priced affair to take the honours, because in a jump off, Cantalara and Elise can certainly motor, are super fast. A wonderful championship class up in Revel, Polokwane, last year's Revel show. Absolutely blew the competition away that day. But first things first, got to get through the first round of this Anne-Marie Esslinger built 1m35 championship class. So far, so good. Still just an 8-year-old. Rising 9 is Cantalara by Canta Z, of a Rex Grannis mare Riviera D. And if you think, how does he know all this about the breeding? He doesn't. He's looking on the internet. I've got a wonderful crew sitting next to me. Thanks, Cheyenne. He's just a wealth of information. No. Technology. Here we go. Now, if we're running a betting pool, as I said, that would be a short price favourite, because in a jump off, she certainly can motor. Cantalara joins the jump off. So 34 now in the jump off. 34 will go through at this stage, with 4 left to come. George Cutlass next to go, number 61, NCT's Capital Athena. George rides with Ronnie Healy. He is one that's going to have to keep an eye on the clock. He can just be lulled sometimes into a false sense of security and a comfortable rhythm, which from time to time does catch up with him, and he does tend to be a victim of the clock gaining time penalty. So he's going to have to move on. Capital Athena by one of their foundation stallions, Armani. Capital stud. Been a wonderful servant over the years. Athena born 2007. Another one just paying the price at that water tray. The time now becomes insignificant, as he already has the 4 penalties from that one pole. Let's see if he brings it home inside the time allowed of 89 seconds. Does seem to have moved up a little bit in pace. He is aware that he does need to move on, despite the 4 penalties. and moves on nicely. He cuts the beam in 83.24, so in fact well within that time allowed. So did move on in the second part of the track. Comes home with just the 4 penalties. Not today, I'm afraid. Not good enough to go through to the jump off. Only clears will go through, and we do have a good number of them, 34, 58% clears at this stage. Danielle Lemmer goes next, number 62, the courier guy, Calaho Elmo. Danielle, a super competitive rider. Cool as they come. Former winner of the Junior South African Championships on this horse, if I'm not mistaken. Elmo by El Bundy out of a Daggerad mare. Getting on in years now, he's already a 16-year-old. Stables up in the Sun Valley area at the Morrisons. Formerly the Morrisons, as Peter Morrison and the Morrison family have now moved on to Ireland. Just a week or so ago, I believe. Relocated. Peter will be back and forth. Stable has been taken over. If you're watching in Ireland, guys, the Morrison family, very good day to you. Top of the morning to you. Danielle, a student at the University of Pretoria, studying sports medicine, I do believe. I know she is a very fit young lady herself, often seeing her jogging around Baloo. And through to the jump off she goes on the wonderful Calaho Elmo for the courier guy who loves to handle a package.
Courtesy of the courier guy, Calaho Elmo, Danielle Lemmer. Courier guy delivered it once again. Last up, Elsie Lombard, Anya Mola, number 63 on the programme.
And last to go, Anya Mola. Number 63, the game campaigner, Elzu Lombard. Who we've seen through for many years now, campaigning in lots of World Cups and big classes by Landago, Elzu Landago, with the Bambix mare Banjo Beat. No longer a youngster, but evergreen. He was born 2002, so 18 years old, just winding up his career, one would feel, just playing around in the 135s. The water jumps have always been his nemesis over the years, so let's see how he goes over the water trays. It's normally been water jumps that he hasn't liked. No problem with the water trays. Safely over that one. He's been an absolute soldier, game campaigner for many years for Anya. As honest and straightforward and reliable as they come. Wonderful, wonderful horse. Special place in horsey heaven reserved for Lombard. He's a long ways off that yet.
Quickly.
What a wonderful, wonderful horse he is. And there you go. Easy does it. Through to the jump off and sitting in pole position, the highest qualifier, Elzu Lombard, makes no problems. Light work of this 1m35 track and moves into the jump off. So that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up the first round of jumping.
Riders clear and through to the jump off of this Reonet sponsored 1m35 championship.
As the jump off course is prepared, we'll take a look at those going through. So let's take a look at them. Number 4 back on track, Sheldon Reinakorba will be first to go at number 4. At number 5, second in is Capital Lavubu, Bronwyn De Santos. Then Kitchen Belignese, Chris van der Merwe comes in at number 3. Followed by Nelby von Het Hayfeld and Jessica De Witt. Star Fragrances, Bridget Bardot, Kelsey Whitehouse. Serenella's Capital Lord Derby, Charlie Crockart, followed by Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl, Ada Rain Ferguson. will be followed by Sunny Park Crispin, Nicholas I'm Riley, back on track Habibi, Reiner Korba, Carlson 113, Bronwyn DeSantos, Capital Cherokee, the lurker, the dark horse in the pack, don't write him off. Bruce Dewar rides, followed by Recurring Dream, Lynette Wheatley. Recurring Dream will be followed by Kelleher's Charlene and Kaylee Triggle. Will be followed by number 33 Kelleher Cornisha and Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Kaylin Fensham will follow and Saturn Duplessis, followed by Capital Caleonid and Lauren Pretorius. Then the turn of Chayton Hendricks and Biogen's Kalinko at 36. At 38, it's Sunny Park Stables Eagles Laser Nicholas I'm Riley. Then number 39 Lord Ad Astra and Stenek Muchner. That'll be a speedy combination come jump off time. Lord Ad Astra and Sten will be followed by Bacata and Bianca Pitt. Then Charlie Crockard returns on her second ride. The Bergs De Volta. Another lurker in the pack, certainly going to be fast. Ota Nikwa will be super speedy. Tamar Glixman. She just needs to leave them all up. She will be galloping on Ota Nikwa. Reiner Korba will return following Ota Nikwa on Country Life Kelleher Lansink. Then it's the turn of number 45, Kelleher Connie Vella and Jonathan Clark. He will be followed by Data Sciences, Gerber von den Bischkop and Tracy Carney. He'll be followed by Greg Scott and Sparkling. And then the turn of Thomas Triggle, Kelleher Sancho, Permelia Stenek Muckner, Lambus Mandy Johnson, Cordeker Amelia Campbell Horn, Biogen's Casper Page Gates, Fidin and Michelle Fleming. Then Lamina Z and Jean Corba, Cantalara Lee Steenkamp, Kelleher Elmo and Daniel Lemmer sitting as the highest qualifier and last to go in pole position, Elzu Lombard and Anya Mola. The jump off track is over fences 14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8 and 13. Time allowed in the jump off 45 seconds. We look forward to it. It's going to be hot. That brought to you by Reonet. 1 meter 35 championship jump off up next. Don't go away. And there you see our wonderful cameraman behind our Canon cameras, Etienne. Hello, Etienne. And Numslabezi. Big thanks to Canon for supplying the cameras. And their wonderful Canon jump as well. And once again, a big thank you to Reonet, sponsors of the show. And all this live stream broadcast brought to you by Reonet. So big thank you to them, Gubba Triggle, Hila Parts, and all of those associated with the Reonet brand. Reonet, resourceful by nature. And the winner of this class, courtesy of Reonet, will walk away with 6,000 Rand, 4.5 for second, 3,500 Rand for third.
jump off track, fences 14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8 and 3. That's 14, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8 and 3. Length of 250 meters, time allowed of 43 seconds.
Everybody's home.
Note to all our riders in the jump off, please note just a single horse in the arena at any given time, one rider on track. Please make sure that no horse is in on standby. Riders, you may use the bottom gate for your entrance and exit. So we are looking for our first horses in. Reonet Cup, back on track Sheldon. Time allowed 43 seconds, fences 14, 5, 6AB, 7, 8 and 3. Next bell gets us underway. First up in the 1 meter 35 Reonet Championship. Remember, if you do have friends or family who can't be here to witness the action, make sure you send them over to the KPCA YouTube channel. Live streaming underway for our 1 meter 35, 40 and 45 classes.
Right, so we are underway with the jump off of this 1 meter 35 championship. Reonet Cup currently on track number 4, back on track Sheldon. And Linda Ellerine. They got a few rides in this jump off. Sheldon pretty new to the 1 meter 35s, but Ray's such a consummate professional when it comes to jump off riding. He's got super skills, knows how to find just the best lines at the gallop, going forward. He just never seems to make a mistake. 34.60 clear all the way. Now, has he left the door open at all for any of the other competitors to better that time? 34.60 and clear. But of course, plenty left to come. Some 35 riders still left to come. Ray's super happy with that. See the big smile on his face. Next to go, number 5, Capital Lavubu for Bronwyn De Santos. Big jumping son of Cassius. Has got scope to burn. Does he have the step? Does he have the speed? Let's see, Henning Pretorius is sitting in the stands. Of course, Lavubu, formerly part of the Capital stud setup. Will he have the legs to bet a 34.60? Doesn't look like she's going for the time. Looks like she's just wanting to have a nice round here, Bronwyn. Striking, imposing individual is Lavubu. Manuring going into 6A, but makes absolutely no difference. Able to shorten his step inside of those two elements. Came in quite strong, shortens up, just pings out. On now to jump number 8. She's into time penalties, I'm afraid.
Clear for jumping, but in
45 seconds is the time allowed in this jump off, and Bronwyn coming home in 47.42.
Number 6 is Chris van Marden.
5 jumping penalties, time penalties, all of those being for time. So once again, the jump off track: 14.5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8 and 13, and your time allowed 45 seconds. Kitchen Beligny Z. Chris van Marden, super ride in the first round. Does look like he really suits this horse. Formerly the ride of Bronwyn de Santos, and now in the very capable hands of this skilled jockey, Chris van Marden. Looks like Chris just building mileage in his partnership with this horse. Doesn't look like he's really going for the time. It's a new partnership, so lots to come in the future. Just finding their way together. Super jump over, jump number 8. And a wonderful double clear from Chris van Marden and Kitchen Beligny Z, their time 42.11. At this stage goes into second, but we have only had 3 competitors go. 42.11, whereas back on track Sheldon, the leader's time with Reonet Cup 34.60. So that's the target, that's the time that they have to aim at, 34.60. Next in, number 13, Nelby van het Hayveld Z. Jessica de Wit won't mind me saying that this combination built for scope, not for speed. Built to jump big jumps, not to break speed records. So I doubt we'll be seeing them break that time of 34.60 posted by Sheldon and Ray. Took that at the angle, quite an acute angle, and unfortunately paid the price. Pays the price again there. Got very deep to that, got the front legs out the way, but unfortunately couldn't open up behind and pulls it with the back toes, the front rail. So 8 penalties, the total for Nelby van het Hayveld and Jessica de Wit, their time 40.22, some 6 seconds off the pace. Still leading, back on track Sheldon, Reonet Cup, Kitchen Beligny Z and Chris van Marden sitting in second, and third place Capital Lavubu. With still 32 left to come. Now, this is a competitive combination. Star Fragrance's Bridget Bardot, Kelsey Whitehouse. Ordinarily rides in a very forward pace in the first round. Is she going to up the ante here in the jump off? So far been a little bit steady. Makes a good turn there coming into 6A. So she was steady so she could make the turn. Pulls it off. She's up. She'll be up by miles. Inside turn here. Good angle. Got to clear it. Makes that count. On to number 8. Come on. Oh! She took the pull. She took the check. She needed the leg off the turn. Come on, Kelsey. Was so good until it wasn't. Oh, she was so far up on the time. That was looking like a really good ride, but unfortunately just asked the mare too much at jump number 8, and she said I couldn't, and that, as they say, was that. Elimination for Star Fragrance's Bridget Bardot, but they'll be back to fight another day. Charlie Crockart, Serenella's Capital Lord Derby. She would have watched what Kelsey was doing with those early turns. She is super fast. This horse is deceptively fast, actually. Oh, she gave it a rub. She set him up for that inside turn. She got deep. She survived. Stayed in the cups. Now she's got to make it count. Unfortunately, the B element coming down at 6. So, out of the running, I'm afraid. 4 penalties already for Charlie Crockart in Capital Lord Derby. Let's see her time. 36.64, leader's time 34.60, but of course after she had that pole she slowed up quite considerably, knowing that she couldn't win it from that position. So 4 penalties, the final tally in 36.64. Still back on track, Sheldon leading with Reonet Cup in 34.60, the time to beat. Ada Ferguson, Mitsubishi Rivonia Action Girl. Let's see if she can live up to her name. Going to have to bring Mitsubishi power and action-packed dedication to this round to beat that ride of Reonet Cup in 34.60. But Ada Rain, she is a determined young lady. She is super fast. She's on the gallop. Is she going to set up for the inside turn, or is she going to go round? Inside turn, but a little bit swivelly to make it happen. Oh! Takes a flyer, gets away with it. Luck of the Irish on her side. She's up by miles. She's going to have to leave them up. She's going to gallop to the last. She's up by miles. Looking to beat 34.60. 31.38, some 3 seconds into the lead. There you go, Ada Rain Ferguson. Hats off to you. She goes into the lead by the country mile, 31.38. That's the new leader, new target, new time to beat. 31.38, she was absolutely flying. Did she leave the door open? It was the inside turn, inside of 8 after the cannon vertical to 6A, but it was a little bit swivelly. Can one find some time there? Has she done enough? Excuse the pun, but time will tell. Sunny Park Stables, Crispin, Nicola Syme Riley. Let's see what she can do. Better turn, better inside turn to 6, but she's got to make it count. She's slowed up, whereas Ada Rain took a flyer. So I think Ada Rain's still up at this stage over Nicola Syme Riley. She's not going flat out. She's making the turns happen. She's making them count. But she's going to have to move on. I think she's down on top. Well, that counts for nothing now. The pole goes down. 4 penalties. Ada was already home, 31.38. Nicola Syme's time, 36.65. So some 5 seconds back. Just shows you how very, very quick Ada Rain Ferguson was. She was flying, 31.38. Crispin and Nicola Syme Riley, good enough for 5th. Let's give you the rankings. Action Girl and Ada Rain leading from Sheldon and Reonet Cup. Kitchen Beligny Z and Chris in 3rd. And in 4th place, Capital Lord Derby. And 4 penalties. So to take the lead, you have to be better than 0 penalties in 31.38. It's a blistering round. So, Reonet Cup returns. He's currently sitting in 2nd on Sheldon, 34.60. Of course, Ada Rain came in and blew that time away. Here he is. He returns on Habibi S. She doesn't have a lot of experience in the 135, so what is Ray going to do now? Is he going to press her, or is he just going to give her experience? Looks like he's gone up a gear, but he's not hunting the win. Makes the turn, but he has to take a check to get inside of jump number 8. And he's not happy with the stride going into the double now. Was a treble, now a double at 6A and B. The C element removed. So he pulls her out of that. Rather wants to give this mare a good experience, not make mistakes and spoil her confidence. That's horsemanship for you. So not going to be his day today. Comes home in 49.54 seconds. 49.54. 7 time penalties. Remember that the time allowed is could only find it. 45 seconds time allowed. So a few time penalties to add to the 4 for the disobedience. Back on track, BBS and Reonet Cup finish on a total score of 11, 7 of those being for time. Action Girl and Ada Rain Ferguson lead in 31-38. Who's going to have the mustard, the muscle, the chutzpah to beat that time? Let's see. So a little bit of a wait now as we're waiting on Bronwyn de Santos on her second ride. Of course, she was early on to go on Lavubu. Carlson 1-1-3, finishing his warm-up. Bronwyn's second ride, and he is a galloper. There's a horse that could beat that time. Carlson could be it. Problem is, he's going to have to make the turns, and if Bronwyn lets his head go and lets him gallop, he's going to get up some speed. That's going to be difficult for her to rein him back in and make the turns. This is more of a turning jump off track than a galloping jump off track. Of course, from 8 to the last, it is a gallop. So that'll suit Carlson super well, but she's got to have him under, he's got to have his hocks underneath him coming into the cannon vertical to make the turn, the inside turn, inside of 8 to the double now at 6A and B. Let's see how she goes. Bronwyn de Santos, Carlson 1-1-3. Good shot into number 1. She's still got hold of his head. Got to make the inside turn. Yes, she does just that. Now she's got a kick. Ada Rain was quicker. She was quicker. Now she's got to let him go. He sits on the back rail at 6A. Comes down, didn't quite finish his jump. Bronwyn perhaps just set up going to the B element of that double. He came in quite strong to 6A. She had to sit up, and that closed him down behind, and he just took that back rail. So he gallops down to the last now, but of course not going to make the time. Going to be well outside of Ada Rain's time. Of course, once she took that pole, she knew it was game over, so she would have slowed up. 37-2-0 and 4 penalties. That'll put them down into 6th position. Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl, 0 penalties, leads in a blistering time of 31.38, some 3 seconds inside of the next best time. That is going to be very, very difficult to beat. Has she done enough? Charlie Ann Crockett, she still comes on De Volta. Sten Muchner, he still comes as well on Lord Ad Astra. For the time being, it's Bruce Dewar and Cherokee. He'll certainly make all the inside turns, but does he have the gallop to challenge Action Girl? Methinks not. He's going to have to come in very, very tight to all of the fences to give himself any sort of a chance. Bruce will give it a good go. Oh! Yeah, as I said, he really, really had to cut it fine and make some drastic turns because the horse doesn't have a lot of gallop in his belly. He tried to do that at jump number 8 and played it just a little bit fine. Looks like he's given his nose a bit of a bump. Cherokee just deciding he couldn't jump it from that extreme an angle, said no, and unseated Bruce. That means elimination. Good on him for giving it a go. Fortunately, not their day today. They'll exit on the elimination. Move on down. A recurring dream. Did she have a dream of a win throughout the week? Lynette Wheatley. Let's see how she goes. Number 31, a recurring dream.
So 11 have gone in this Reonet.
Doesn't look like a horse with too much speed either. So she's going to have to make some turns. She's going to have to make the turns count. In fact, she did that even in the first round to get inside the time allowed. It was a shrewd ride. But she's going to have to go one better here. She's going to have to stand any chance of a win. His Action Girl gave us a blistering time, 31.38. One has to ask, have we seen the winning time? Ada Rain Ferguson leading, 31.38. Saturn du Pachi is quick. Lord Ad Astra is quick. Who else do we have here in the top qualifiers? But Carter can go, De Volta can go, Otanikwa, Lansink, Connie Vella with the master Jonathan Clark. Yep, there are some speedy sorts still to come, but that was very, very fast. Ada Rain, an action girl. My friend, she's burned her bridges already. Already she's down. And she's decided to go around. So just going to hack around, see if she can make the minor money. Looking for a nice experience. Come on! Bit of a swerve and a duck and a dive to 6A, but she got away with it. Recurring Dream and Lynette Wheatley. Go you good things go. Yeah, good ride. Great experience. Give your horse a pat. She's super, super chuffed. Competing in the jump off of a championship 1 meter 35 class, Lynette Wheatley and Recurring Dream. Well done. Into third on that effort, 39.38. She left them all up. 39.38. She made seconds off the pace, but she left them up, so she goes into third place at this time. And there is good money for third, 3,500 rand, 6,000 to the winner. Of course, sponsored by Reonet. Hayley Triggle up next. Kellahoe's Charlene 7. Let's see what they can do. It's a super gutsy game mare setting up for the turn. Come on, make the turn, Kaylee. Make it count. Yes. Now you got to press. Now you got to press. She made the turn, but she's gone pretty wide to 6A. Too wide, I'm afraid. That's blown her chances of a win. But, of course, she could leave them up and get a good time and still go into the minor money. Oh! Looks like Kaylee just second-guessed herself there. Put doubt in the mind of Charlene. Just looked like she was on a tight angle and took a little check, and the mare said, well, what is the question? What are you asking me? Fortunately, that has blown her chances. Lots of time penalties to add. Of course, in a jump off, a time penalty for every second over. 9 time faults to add, so a total of 13 to add to the fall for the disobedience. Drops it right down into 11th. So Action Girl still leading in 31.38. Sheldon in second in 34.60. In third, Recurring Dream, Lynette Wheatley in 39.38. And the last of the clear, sitting in fourth, is Chris van der Merwe and Kitchen Belignisi. He came home in 42.11. Super competitive combination on track now. It's Lorette Knowles-Taylor and Kellahoe Konisha. She never says die. She'll give it a go. Come on, Lorette. Make the turn. Make the turn. A little bit of a stutter on takeoff, but got away with it. Come on, forward, forward. Was just backing off of her leg on the turn. Lorette really had to get stuck in, but that's going to cost her time. She got away with the fence, 0 penalties, but unfortunately costing her time. Puts her hand in the air saying, what happened? So Kanisha just being a little bit reluctant to move off the leg into number 8 off of that turn. And that cost her time. Into 8th position she goes. 4 penalties in 37.86. See where the 4 penalties came from. Well, we'll have to see. The score says 4. Not sure where the 4 came from. But, you know, I'm not saying my eyes are the best. They're not. Right. Kaylin MacDonald and Saturn Dupachy for Delmont Mining and Civils. He is quick. He's deceptively quick. Is she hungry enough to go for the win? No, she's checked too much. Makes a good turn, but now make it tight. Get back to 6A quickly, Kaylin. She does that. Outside leg presses. She gets a good shot. Still feel that Ada Rain was quicker. She was making the turns and she was making them at a gallop. Kaylin's making the turns. Yes! Moves off her leg nicely. Now she's got to make the gallop. 27, 28. She's got to be home. No, she's not going to make it. Crosses the finish line in 33.48. Good enough for second. Well done, Kaylin MacDonald and Saturn Dupachy. She's still going under Fensham.
is, however, good enough for
But
second
she is
place.
MacDonald.
Adrian Ferguson still leading
Unless it wasn't a good lockdown. I don't know.
down second, 33.48. Great quarter back into third, 34.60.
Well done, Kaylin. Into second she goes. So the rankings change. Action Girl still leads in 31.38. Saturn Dupashi, 33.48. Good turn. She made the turns count, but unfortunately the rhythm was just a little bit too slow. Needs more ground cover. Lauren Pretorius now, capital Reonet. He covers the ground, got a massive stride, but unfortunately chances are blown for the win, and he's gone all the way around number 8 and the final fence on the track. Taking the long way around. I would think that possibly even time penalties to come, and it would have walked the inside line with a 45-second time limit. All inconsequential now as she pulls the back rail of jump number 8. She's already into time penalties as well. Total score of 7, 2 of those being for time in 45.30. 4 for jumping, 3 for time.
Turns are available on this jump off track, but you've got to plan carefully.
Yeah, she'd been a little bit disappointed with the rail at jump number 8. She played it safe. She was looking for the minor money, looking to give him a good experience, and just pulling the back rail. Sometimes he can do that. He can go that high where he doesn't cover as much of the jump. So in other words, his apex is too high that he comes down on the back rails. Can sometimes do that. Not enough travel in the air, especially if he gets a little bit deep to them. Got a huge amount of scope, but goes up more than across. Let's see how he goes. Shayton Hendricks gets a good crack into jump number 1. He's got to make the turn, so you've got to slow up for the inside turn. He makes the, yes, but a little bit squiggly as well. Cost a little bit of time. Good shot into 6A, 6B. Ada Rain's up on him, I'm afraid. Unless he can find some time in the latter end of this track. Ada Rain has got it in the bag. A good shot into 8. He's going to have to gallop now. Ada Rain crossed the beam now already. Sure, she was quick. She was fast. Shayton wasn't hanging around, but comes home in 36.09. Good enough for 4th. 0 penalties in 36.09 by Jens Kalinko and Shayton Hendricks. Mitsubishi Ravonia Girl still leads with Ada Rain Ferguson, 31.38. Can it be beaten? Nicola Syme Riley, she goes again. She was early on to go on Crispin. As Laser got the speed in those legs to beat Action Girl and Ada Rain.
Get into the top 6, you need to be quicker than
If you were a betting man, you would put him, I would say, at about 7-1. He's built for Grand Prix jumping. More than quick turns, one would say. Makes a good turn. A little bit slinky, I'm afraid, around the wings of jump number 8. Ada Rain made such a good turn that she didn't have to get on the outside rein to make the space into 6 at 6A and B. She just got it at a forward gallop, and that's really where she made up a huge amount of time. Must have bought herself 2 seconds in that one turn. Laser's jumping well, but unfortunately already on 35 seconds. Comes home in 38.90 and clear. So into the money he goes, into 5th place. Let's have a look at the rankings. Action Girl and Ada Rain leading from Kaylin MacDonald and Saturn Dupashi. Back on track, Sheldon and Rainer Korber in 3rd. In 4th, Biogens Kalinko. In 5th place, Laser. And in 6th place, Recurring Dream. 7th place, Kitchen Belignisi. Those are all the double clears. 18 have gone, 18 left to come. We're halfway through, 38% double clear. Lord Ad Astra. He's a galloper. He can move. Stenek Muchtner rides. Got a big job ahead of him if he wants to come home quicker than 31.38. Let's see what Sten's got planned. Make sure he makes the turn. I'm afraid I think he took just a little bit too much time to the cannon fence. Gives a big kick, gets a good shot into 6A. But I would imagine he's already 5 seconds down on Ada Rain. Gives a big kick over jump number 8, gets a good shot. 29.30, Ada Rain was home now already. Good shot over the last. That's going to put him in the higher classifications. Into 30 goes, 34.43.
3 seconds would have sent him into 3rd place.
One down. The final fence coming down. As I looked away at the time, the final fence coming down, I'm afraid. 4 penalties drops him down to 8th position. So 4 penalties for Lord Ad Astra at the last. That was unfortunate. Stenik Mukna drops down from 3rd to 8th. Mr. Rabiti, I was a betting man. Mr. Rabiti, I come from a racing background. I would have put that at 7-1. If you ask me what Bakato, who's currently on track, I would say a 3-1 shot. Oh, too strong. Now she's going to have to swivel and drivel her way out of that. So that's going to cost lots of time. A little bit strong into that cannon vertical. You really got to take the check, take the pull, make sure you steady up so you can get that inside line. Otherwise, you just end up a little bit swivelly trying to get inside of jump number 8. Unfortunately, one down already. As she gallops to the last on 4 penalties. The time 38.30 and 4. Right, so now Charlie Crockart. Her second ride, the Berg Equestrian, it's De Volta. She can run a bit. I'd put her 3-1, maybe even 2-1. Although that's before I knew what Ada Rain did. Now you would say they're all just a long shot. Come on, make the turn, Charlie. Oh, she tried to make the turn. The hand was tight in the air. Trying to set the mare back on its hocks. And unfortunately, she just sat down there on that vertical. Back feet. Couldn't complete the jump. And now Charlie going the long way around. She can't win it from there. So now she's just going to go for the... and leave them all up. And it's that costly, ladies and gentlemen. You have one down, you out of the money. 4 penalties. Charlie Ann Crockart, the Bergs. De Volta comes home in 39.17 and 4, drops it down to 14th. Action girl, living up to her name, Otanikwa. Well, this one can gallop. It's bred to gallop. It's thoroughbred blood all the way. She's going to have to leave them up. She's going to have to make the inside turn and make it well and gallop onto the double. That's where Ada Rain bought herself a few seconds. Let's see how she goes. Tamar Glixman, Otanikwa. Steady, steady, make the turn. Makes the turn. Now let her go. Now let him go. Come on. No, I'm afraid not good enough. She's going to have to find some serious time at the gallop to the last to make up the extra time. That was a good turn. That was a good angle on that one. Come on, get up! Too tight. Too tight to 8, I'm afraid. Yeah, and some 3.5 seconds behind the leader's time. That's how quick she was. Ridiculously fast. And it was all from the cannon jump to 6A. She took a flyer into 6A. Ryan is scratching his head, rehearsing his turn here. Look at him. Saying, what do I have to do to beat this? What do I have to do? Asking Lansing, sit on his hocks. Just make sure all the gears are there. and the brakes. Now he can go. He's going to have to be on his serious A game today. I would say he moves into second. Oh, he's galloping. He's on a good clip. Now steady, make the turn, Ray. Does just that. It's a good one. Beautiful change of lead by Lansing. Gets a good shot into 6A. Game is on. Now make the turn. Looks early. I think he's gone too wide. Good shot there. Come on. Yes. Presses with the outside leg. This could be it. Don't check. 29, 31, 31.82 second. Oh, it was tight. Leader's time 31.38. He needed to risk the last. He needed the gallop to the last. Oh, so what a brilliant ride. What a brilliant ride, it has to be said. Wonderful, wonderful effort by Reonet Cup. Moves into second position. Country Life, Kalaho, Lansing, and Ray Corba. 31.82. So Action Girl still leads. 31.38. Can anybody beat that? You're going to have to be as good as Ray, but you're going to have to be quicker to the last and risk the flyer to the last. You're going to beat that time of Ada Rain Ferguson of 31.38. Jonathan Clark, he can do it. Connie Vella, no he can't. Drops the rail, looking for the turn. And the horse drops that vertical at that cannon upright. Cannon bringing you all your pictures today. Big thank you to them. Thank you to Nikki Mungle and the team at Cannon. Allow me Equestrian Park looking to bring you much more streaming of equestrian sport at the venue in the future. So one down, obviously Jono slowed up once that rail had come down 40.64 all the way down into 17th position. So he pockets that 300 Rand for 17th. Don't spend it all at once.
Tracy Carney, Dr. Science's German Fund and Bishop now. 31.38 the leaders.
Tracy Carney goes next. Data Sciences Gerber for the Bishop.
31.82.
Now this is a horse with a lot of mileage under its belt, so she should be looking for a competitive round. But how competitive do you have to be to get anywhere near that time of Mitsubishi Ravonia, Action Girl and Ada Rain Ferguson, who gave us a ridiculous time of 31.38. She took some flyers, she took some chances. See, that's the youth. It doesn't hurt as much when you fall. You bounce. The older riders, they know that you just don't recover as well. I'm afraid she's down on the time already. She makes the turns, gets a little bit tight to 6A, and that comes down, just lays a toe on it. She didn't even hit it that hard. Just laid a toe. Oh, and that was late in falling as well. So 2 down, 8 penalties, 12 penalties now. Gerber looking like she just needs a little bit of space in front of the jumps, which comes with more of an open stride. And unfortunately holding her head, trying to get the inside turns, the quick turns, she just doesn't have the space and doesn't come up in front as well as Tracy would want. So 3 down, 12 penalties. She gave it a good go. Sparkling next to come for Jackie Topping and Greg Scott, son of Staccato. Staccato could go some. And the Eva Bitter. I wouldn't say that Sparkling is suited to this kind of a jump-off track. He's more better able being used to use his stride. But let's see. This is more of a turning tight track. Well, he makes that turn. Makes it well. Good shot, Greg. 6A. Clear. 6B. Clear. Sets him up for that one nicely. A little bit of a hesitation on takeoff at jump number 8. Got away with it, but down on the leader's time, I'm afraid. He'll be in the money. 35.22. Into the top 6, moves into 5th position. Sparkling and Greg Scott clear all the way at a time of 35.22. So next to go is another man who has youth on his side. The exuberance of youth. Just like Ada Rain, Thomas Triggle. You know you're bulletproof when you're young. Let's see what he brings. Time to be 31.38. And he's off. He's on his bicycle. He's got to set up for the inside turn now. Takes the check. Beautifully done. Now he needs the outside leg. Press into 6A. Get up. Good shot. Oh! It's like she just hesitated in the air and dropped her back legs. Thought he got a really good crack into that. So now he's obviously slowing up. What a pity. What a pity. Sancho. I think I was calling Charlene. I'm so used to seeing him Charlene. It was Kaylee riding Charlene. Charlene.
Arguably the smoothest turn we've seen so far from 5 to 6. Unfortunately, 6A goes down. Tom slows up. Comes home with 4 penalties and 41.34.
Bad luck. 41.34. 4 penalties for Kelleher. Sancho. Thomas Triggle. Gave it a good go. Sten's back. Sten is back. See what he can do. One would feel more of a rangy type of horse, more suited to open kind of jump off tracks, galloping kind of jump off tracks where you can use the horse's stride. But you never know. Pamelia, Stenek Mukhna. No, he doesn't look like he's going for the win. No, he's going the long way around. Gonna give this mare nice confidence building round. I think he's been around a few times, and Lord Ad Ashtray thought he had a good crack, and he couldn't beat the time on that one, which was his best chance. Probably realizes this time is pretty much unbeatable. Who do we have left? Lambus. I don't think Mandy will be racing Lambus off his feet to win a 135 class. Bigger things await him in the World Cups next year. Hors de Coeur doesn't have the gallop to match that speed. Casper could be a lurker in the pack. Fadine will be building rounds with Michelle. Lamina Z Cantalara. Cantalara could do it. Let's see. Still a few left to come. So for Stenek Mukhna, 4 penalties in 46.59, well down the classification in 20th. And of course Daniel Lemmer on Elmo, he's a game campaigner, lots of experience under his belt, and certainly still can run a bit. So let's see how he goes. So she's not exactly home and hosed, is our leader Action Girl. She'll be sitting watching in the wings nervously. Well, Mandy shaved the upright. She went so close making that turn. She's going to make the turns. It's all about training as well, jump off training for the bigger classes. But she's not galloping. She's making all the turns. Good shot in there. Good time. 28, 29, 30, 31. Winner was home already. Leader, I should say. 34.87, good shot into the top 6. Into 5th position goes Mandy Johnson and Lambus in 34.87. As I said, Lambus still on the comeback trail after his check ligament strain last year. Put him out for a long time. But he's still on the comeback trail. That's why he's jumping the 135s, not the bigger stuff later on in the day. Remember, still brought to you by Reonet and Canon cameras. Still have the 140 and 145 Reonet Cup. But before we get there, you're currently watching the 135 jump off. It's championship class, 7 still left to come. On track now, Amelia Campbell-Horn on this wonderful mare, Corps de Coeur. He's got scope, she's got stride, but she doesn't have a huge amount of gallop. Or a big power jumping horse. Beautiful, beautiful technique she has in the air. In fact, it's almost too good because her back... Oh, she couldn't make the back rail, got a little bit tight. Didn't have enough forward momentum coming into that, I'm afraid. That's the problem. The turns cut the momentum. The turns cut the rhythm.
36.66.
You just don't have as much travel getting to the back bar if you're trying to make those extreme turns. You really got to ride through your turn, keeping the engine running to try and get the travel to make the back bar. 4 penalties in 36.66 for Corps de Coeur, and Amelia Campbell-Horn drops her down to 15th. Top 5 are Action Girl and Ada Rain leading from Lansing and Rainer Corbas, and Turn du Pachy, Caden McDonald. Back on track, Sheldon and Lambus, your top 5. Casper going now with Paige Gage. Horse with a lot of mileage under his girth. He does have a deceptively big, strong canter, this horse. He's on his bicycle now. Got a good shot into jump number 1. She's got to take the pull to get the turn. She gets in deep, too deep. Looked like he just shifted left. He got very, very tight to that upright and dropped his toes on that. Unfortunately, Paige, I think, took maybe one too many checks just trying to make that turn. I don't think she needed the last one. And just took that rail. So she'll slow up now. She'll go the long way around. Of course, it's a new partnership. Plenty left to come in the future. Okay, opens up. She just puts her foot on the gas and the horse opens up his stride beautifully. So reactive to her leg. Just love this horse. 40.02 for penalties. Out of the money, I'm afraid, down into 20th. Remember that we had 30 odd horses going into the jump off for 17 prizes. So you, unfortunately, will not walk away with any money today. Plastic Colours Master Batch Fadine going now with Michelle Fleming. I think Michelle will concede that she can't beat the time. It's a new partnership, and this horse not really built for speed. Built for the bigger classes. He's a horse that we'll be seeing going up the grades into the big stuff. I think the two of them will just be looking for a nice round here. Let's see what they do. Where's her head at? He's on a steady canter. No, I'm afraid her chances have gone already. Like I said, I don't think she was looking for the win. Grabs a hold of his head over that. He hollowed a little bit. Really needs to take the check before she's in the air so that she doesn't need to sit back and stop the jump from shutting down behind. Got away with it. 6A, 6B, all clear. Really got to steady them into the fence and then free them up to be able to jump the fence. Oh, unfortunately, the front rail coming down there, 8A, got a little bit tight. A little bit tight to the front. But it's a partnership in the making. She hasn't had too many rounds under her belt with Fadine. 4 penalties. 41.36 drops her out of the money into 23rd spot. Right, the lurker. The dark horse in the pack. Lamina, look at John. She's watching. She's rehearsing the turn. She's seeing what she has to do from the water tray vertical into number 8. Yes. Action Girl and Ada. She did gain some time there. She took a flyer into number 8, actually. She might have gained a second. Hell of an acute angle, and then she gave herself a little bit of space into 8 by taking the flyer, but she bought herself a lot of time into 6A, where she took a flyer as well. In fact, she was flying everywhere, let's be honest. Right, good shot, good turn. Now go, Jean. Outside leg. Gets up. Through the double. Now she is rehearsing this turn. Let's see how she goes. Good shot there. Oh, she needed one less. She went a bit wide, I'm afraid. Well, takes a flyer to the last. 33.06. Good effort. Good effort, Jean Courba Laminazi. Into third she goes. I think she was just a little bit wide going to 8. Cost her a little bit of time. Was the turn she was looking at. I thought she possibly could have come in a little bit tighter to number 8 and she would have been there or thereabouts at that time because she was galloping. She took the fly. She took the risk to the last and she was still some 2 seconds off of the pace of Ada Rain Ferguson. Ada Rain was flying. There are still 2 that could beat the time. Cantalara and Elmo still left to come. Lombard can't do it. Lombard will jump clear, but he cannot beat the time. But Cantalara and Elise Steenkamp, the horse in picture now, could beat the time. I've seen this combination absolutely fly around 130 tracks. Of course, this is a 135. Elise rehearsing the turn into 6A. She's looking at that turn from the water tray as well. Okay, let's see how she goes. Right. Gonna have to pick up the pace. Asking this mare to increase the pace. This is a phenomenal horse. If she leaves them up, she's going to be there or thereabouts. Super shot over jump number 1. Making sure she gets this turn. Looks like she was just a little bit strong coming in, and then she had to sit up and just shorten the horse a little bit too much. Pulled her off of her rhythm, and the result is a penalty. That's the margins that we're playing with. Has to push her up the hill and then sit back and take the check to get the turn, and that's what cost her. Damn. That's the pressure that Ada Rain has put them under. They cannot afford to make a single mistake, and they need to be moving right around this track. So, Ada Rain will breathe a sigh of relief because she would have known how quick that mare can be. This will be her last danger. Has she got nails left, Ada Rain? This will be the final danger. Lombard can't beat the time. Elmo can. Danielle is super competitive. She's won many, many classes. Don't steady up too much, Danielle. Yes, good shot. Now she's got to go. Gets a good crack. Good shot. Look early. Yes. Don't go too wide. I think she's gone too wide. Oh. Went wide and unfortunately pulled him off of his rhythm to jump number 8. She just needed to keep rolling off the turn to get there. Well, all seems to be falling a little bit apart now for Danielle. She's won it. One left to come. Action Girl has won it. Lombard can't do it. I say that with the biggest amount of respect for Lombard. He's not built for speed. No matter how much high-powered Elzu food he eats. Now watch, he's going to come out and win it. He's going to make a fool of me, watch. Go on, Lombard, make me eat humble pie. Go, you biscuit. The old man in the class. The general. Come on, old boy. Okay, just steps over that. But he does look like he's out for a Sunday hack, I'm afraid. In fact, I'm not sure he's going to get inside of the 40. Yes, he should. She's making the turns. No, he should get inside the 45 for sure. For sure he will. Good round from the old boy. Well done. 39.64, and into 11th he goes. Elzu Lombard and Anyamola. One of the real legendary horses of South African show jumping. Has been around for a long time. Never says no unless there's a water jump. And that is the class, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the full ranking, the full classification for you in a moment or two. We do hope that you have enjoyed it. We certainly have from our commentary position. This class brought to you by Reonet. Streaming brought to you by Reonet in association with Canon, who have supplied the cameras. Well done to all those riders. So once again, a big thank you to Reonet. Do go and check out their website, www.reonet.co.za. Well, worth checking out their website. Involved with water reticulation and savings. And if you're a big company or own property, they could cost you, or save you rather, a fortune in water bills. So do go and check them out, www.reonet.co.za. Big thank you to Govert Triggle and, of course, Pierre Lepart. And there you see Canon coming to the party, sponsoring Carl Army Question Party 2. Wonderful top-end 4K high-end HD digital cameras worth a small fortune in order for us to bring you the streaming and bring you streaming in times to come as well. So big thank you to Canon. And there's their beautiful jump in the arena as well. Big thank you to them. It's the way of the future, streaming, so we do hope to bring you much more. So, full classification, full result of this class. 17 move into the money. The winner, number 21, Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl. Ada Rain Ferguson, clear all the way. Double clear in 31.38. Ryder Korba, he gave it a good go. He came close, clear on Country Life Kellaho Lansing in second in 31.82. He came closest. And he did slow up towards the last fence, so who knows what might have been. A great effort by Ray in second. Lamina Z, Jean Corba in third in 33.06. Fourth place to number 34, Saturn Dupachi, Kaylin Fincham in 33.48. Fifth place to Back on Track, Sheldon Ryder Corba. Sixth place to Lambus, Mandy Johnson. Seventh place to Sparkling, Gregory Scott. In eighth, Biogen's Kolenko, Shaden Hendricks. In ninth, Sunny Park Stables, Eagles, Lezois and Nicholas Syme Riley. 10th place, great effort by Recurring Dream. Well done, Lynette Wheatley. Wonderful. 11th place to the old boy, Elzu Lombard and Anya Muller. In 12th place, Kitchen Belignizi, finding some wonderful form under Chris van der Merwe. Looks like a good combination for the future. They get the 12th. In 13th, Lord Ad Astra, Shenik Mugna, Otanikwa and Tamar Glixman. They get 14th. In 5th place, Capital Serenella's Capital Lord Derby and Charlie and Crockart. 6th placing to Sunny Park Crispin. And rounding off the placings in 17th, Cordeker and Amelia Campbell Horn.
A reminder that anybody on the premises needs to please be wearing a mask at all times. Masks to please cover your nose and mouth. Please do make sure that you maintain a safe distance between yourself and others. Make sure that you wash and sanitize your hands regularly. Kyle Army Park Club would like to thank you for protecting the health and safety of others. Kyle Army Park Club, caring for your families, caring for you. Very well done to all our prize winners. Once the initial photos have been taken, we'll ask you all to dismount, make your way forward to those socially distanced podiums. The trophy waiting on hand for the winner, freshly sanitised. Well, it was a very exciting jump off indeed, as it should have been. 17 riders being classified in this jump off. The top three, though, the winner, Adrienne Ferguson, Mitsubishi Reonet Action Girl. She came firing hot out of the gates early on in the jump off. Came home clearing 31.38. Closest to that mark in 31.82 was Reonet Cup, the speedy country-like Calaho Lansing. And in third place was Jean Corba Lamina Z, 33.06 seconds. Big thank you to our sponsors, Reonet, for generous sponsorship of the show. Not only the wonderful prize money up for grabs, but also all the photos and videos have been sponsored from yesterday's and today's classes. Photos freely available to download at www.denfordstudios.co.za. There will also be a link posted there where you can access your videos. Very well done to all our prize winners. Once everybody on foot is safely out the way. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause please. Your winning combination, Adrienne Ferguson and Mitsubishi Reonet Action Girl. Does apply to all others that are on the premises, so please make sure, spectators, the few that do have with the COVID regulations, please make sure that you are wearing your masks at all times. Of course, since we can't have spectators here, we do have a live stream. Live stream proudly brought to you by Canon in association with Reonet. So if you do have anybody that would like to watch but can't be here, make sure that you send them over to the Kyalami Park Club YouTube channel, where the live stream is going out for our remaining 2 classes of the day. We will have the course information for you shortly, but please be aware we're jump off track fences 3, 13, 14, 6A, 6B, 8, 10B and 11. That's 3, 13, 14, 6A, 6B, 8, 10B and 11. So there's 2 fences to be aware of that are new for the jump off in 13 and 14. Once more, 3, 13, 14, 6AB, 8, 10B and 11.
Yes.
You need to, thing is, I must tell you, Donovan, you need to change your output to 25p.
25p.
25p, yeah.
Okay, cool.
meters per minute. So it is a step up in pace from the 350 we usually ride at. First round length, 400 meters, gives you a time allowed of 69 seconds. Jump off once more, fences 3, 13, 14, 6AB, 8, 10B and 11. So with a few moments to go, first in will ride Dominic Alexander and R&R Kojak under Cornelis Huber. At 2 we'll see Gareth Neal and Eyecatcher. 3 will be Liam Stevens, Guillaume. At 4, Carolyn Chelchinsky and Midgard Zingaro. Then at 5, John Bowie, Precious Franklin. One scratching to be aware of at number 10 on the running order. And once again, your speed for this class, 375 meters per minute. So we expect a good forward ride from everybody. Jump off track 3, 13, 14, 6AB, 8, 10B and 11. To close the course for inspection. First couple of competitors we'd like in, Dominic Alexander, R&R Kojak under Cornelis Huber. No turn riders that we will not be allowing horses in on standby, only the horse on track to be in the arena. Next horse to please wait at the gates. first competitor in, please, Dominic Alexander, Reonet Kojak. Correction to your time allowed, 64 seconds. Apologies for that. So 64 seconds, 400 meters does remain.
Well, welcome back to everybody. We do hope that you're enjoying our live streaming brought to you by Reonet on this wonderful spring Sunday in the Kyalami area. Wonderful to see all the greens starting to pop out and things coming back to life. It really is a wonderful time of the year, despite this global pandemic.
Thank you very much, Dominic.
It's done so much damage, but these are the times that we live in, and this is half the reason why we brought you this live streaming commentary, because we obviously can't have spectators on the showgrounds. So first to go in this R&R is R&R Kojak van der Corneelse Hoover. You have just tuned in. You're about to see the commencement of the first round of the Reonet 1 meter 40 championship class. It's not the biggest class in the world. There are a few changes. Number 10, Iliano, is out. Number 14 is now Coutinho and Dominic Alexander. And a few move into the next class. So Kojak currently on track. Wonderful Belgian warm blood pedigree. Deauville de la Vie out of a Liste de Damen mare. Coming along supremely well under the expert tutelage and guidance of Dominic Alexander. Big, scopy, rangy individual, imposing sort. Dominic absolutely just loves Kojak. Unfortunately, 1 down, 4 penalties at this stage. Just to give you some track information, some course information. First round is 400 meters in length, time allowed of 69 seconds. This is run at 375 meters per minute. So you'll see that the riders are having to move on just a little bit more than in the previous class. As you see Kojak jumping there to jump number 8. A really good forward, solid rhythm. Of course, all those going clear will go into a jump off. Ooh, open stride, Dominic giving an unusual flap to the last. I hope Barney caught a picture of that. We'll blow it up for Dominic. Never, you see him never giving a flap.
68.61. 4.6 seconds outside.
Total of 10 penalties, 2 down and 2 for time in 68.61.
75 meters per minute. That's your minimum travel speed. Gareth Neal next up. This is Delmont Mining and Civil's Eye Catcher, number 2.
Gareth Neal is next to go. Number 2, Eye Catcher. Change in time, new time allowed 64 seconds. 64 seconds is the time allowed, so they are having to move on a little bit. An Eye Catcher, if I'm not mistaken, formerly belonging to Samira Rexrod, and Gail Foxcroft had the ride on this. And now the ride of Gareth Neal. And why, you ask? Well, he's by Van Gogh, and of course Gareth's top mare. She's by Van Gogh as well, out of a Kigali mare. So he certainly does have an affinity or a like for the Van Goghs. Or if you're in Holland, you would say Van Gogh. I discovered trying to look for the Van Gogh Museum, and everybody looked at me like I was mad. You say Van Gogh. Wonderfully well under Gareth. Not obviously the mare that I'm talking about, the winner of a World Cup last year, Rebel. Be having 1 down there, jump number 9. On the 4 penalties. Remember, we've ridden at 375 meters per minute. So a total of 6. So will the judges review the time? Remember that they have three competitors in which to review the time. Currently sitting at 60, 4 seconds. I have a feeling they might move that out because Eyecatcher and Gareth Neal also had time penalties, finishes on 6, a time of 70.09. Domini wasn't hanging about and he finished on 68.61. So will they review the time? Let's see. Gillame next to go, Liam Stevens. I have a feeling that this horse also new to this level. This might be the first time that Gillame has jumped to 140 at the show. Could be wrong, because nothing has been happening, nothing much has been happening throughout 2020 with COVID and lockdowns and what. Out the wall, I'm afraid, twisted over that. A little bit tight to number 5, has to push to number 6 as he landed short, and it catches him in the C element of that Reonet treble combination. See Liam chase down the hill. Mistake really came at number 5. We got a little bit deep and landed too short, and then had to chase for the distance to get through the treble. Wonderful pedigree of Gillame, a heartbreaker out of a Burggraaf mare. Breeding aficionados out there. I think Liam will be happy with that, actually. It's very new to this level, finishes on 9 penalties.
66 seconds on the button for Liam Stevens and
66 on the button. He walks away with 1 time penalty. So what are these judges going to do with this time? Let's see, are they going to leave it? We'll know shortly, I'm sure.
So after our first 3 rides, the ground jury has decided to adjust the time. It has been pushed out ever so slightly. 410 meters, your new length. Time allowed 66 seconds.
And we have just heard that the ground jury has pushed the time out now to 66 seconds, has been adjusted to 66 seconds. So we'll give you the revised scores of those first 3 competitors, taking into account adjustment of time penalties. Carolyn Chelchinski goes next, number 4, Midgard Zingaro. She rides out of the Burlington setup. Carolyn was a vet for a few years. She graduated veterinary science, and I think now she's a medical rep. She decided that was more to her liking than actually practicing veterinary science, and for the past couple of years has been a medical rep. Also very into her dog training, very much a big part of the dog training scene. And the Zingara is a wonderful, wonderful horse. Namibian bred, son of Consuelo, and he is super consistent, straightforward. Come on. 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna have to watch the time. Even with the adjustment now to 66 seconds, I think she's a little bit behind the 375 meter required pace. Per minute. Such an honest horse. Wonderful. Yep, 1 for time, I'm afraid. Oh, could so easily have been clear. She just was a little bit lackadaisical in her rhythm going around there. Her ground speed just wasn't quite there. She walks away with a 1-time penalty, even with the adjustment of the time to 66 seconds. Carolyn's time 67.98. So walks away with just the 1. Still looking for our first clear. Equestria's Franklin to go next. Here, John Bauer and a Colleen Fullion. This horse being walked behind the back of a bucky. The groom was sitting on the back of the bucky and he was walking down the hill, and I asked Colleen what's going on. She says no, he's too big to get into a 2-berth. They've sold the truck. Now the groom sits on the back of the bucky while Colleen drives and the horse walks behind. What happens when they have to go to Polokwane? It's a long walk. 2, 4, 5. Yeah, also the B element. Same ride that Liam had. Got a little bit tight to number 5. And just having to chase inside of that treble combination to make the distance. So there is a test there that Anne-Marie Esslinger has laid out. You get a good ride into 5 and come nicely down the hill to that treble combination. Currently 4 penalties. Franklin goes back to the For Pleasure bloodline by For Joy. For Joy, a son of For Pleasure. He's out of a Land Earl mare. So, still incurs the time penalties despite the adjustment to time. 6 in total. 4 for jumping, 2 for time for equestrians. Franklin and John Bauer. Who's going to give us our first clear round? Rathmore Quiet Man goes next from Paige Gage. Of course, we saw Paige riding in the previous class aboard Casper. She made the jump off there. It's been a solid campaigner for her for many years now. Absolutely loves this horse. Got a wonderful rapport with him. Rathmore Quiet Man. Bred by the Rathmore stud. We talked about Landul a moment or two ago. Quiet Man by Landul. Wachmann down line. Jump over number 2. She is going at a good pace. This is more a true 375. Got to get the good run into number 5 to get a good distance down the treble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 she put in? What does our course plan say? Was that a 5 ride? Five strides down the hill to the treble. Very, very good round. It's United coming into 10A. Cross cantering. Got away with it. And there we go, our first clear. Well done. Paige Gage, Rathmore Quiet Man. Wonderful ride. Rhythmical ride. Was riding on a true 375 pace. First of the riders, I have to say, that's done that. And comes home 3.5 seconds inside the time allowed of 66 seconds and a 0 penalty score, the first of the clears. Nicholas Riley, will she give us our second clear and force a jump off? She goes next on Reach for Gold, number 7. Owner K. Schofield. Rondemont. Jumping at this level for quite a while, brings into the arena lots of experience. Super game little horse. Oh, as I say that. Well, that wall has caused a fair amount of problems in the previous class. Come on. You just need to look at it. Just need to look at it. .82.29 the time, so plenty of time penalties. 5, in fact, the total time penalties for Nicholas Riley. Total of 13 in all for Reach for goal. Nicholas Syme. Right. Well, just the one clear. Page Gage, Rathmore, quiet man. Lots to like about the next horse in the arena. A more Warunda Z, some say. Lorette Knowles Taylor riding for the Farnham Stables. Super well bred by Air Jordan. Substantial quality, powerful horse. Now, this horse has been through the hands of a few riders. If I'm not mistaken, started off with Tamsin Vegrastek, who brought him in. And then I think Pippa Baxter rode him for a little while, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody will correct me if I'm not right, but I think Pip Baxter rode him, and now Lorette riding. Once again, the wall coming into play. I think it's a fairly new partnership with Lorette. It wasn't, well, when I say fairly new, who knows what happened during lockdown, those 6 months or so. Last time we saw him out, certainly pretty sure was under Pippa Baxter. Come on. Scopy individual. Yeah, and once again the test there got a little bit deep to number 5 and then had to chase somewhat and finding the distance a little bit doable. Lorette puts her hand up, says that's enough. He's going to call it a day. Can't win it from there. So, interesting times in this 140 championship sponsored by Reonet. Is only just the one clear and just 7 left to come. We're midway through the field. It's a small class. Manador, Saint Dor, Stenich Muchner had about 25 horses in the previous class. I think just the one in this class. So this is an easy class for Sten. He rode 4 in the previous class. Owned by Manador. You've got to remember it's a 375 canter, 375 meters per minute that you've got to travel. So far that doesn't look like he's on the pace. Might need to move up a little bit as he gets through this track. Now he's going. Opens up the pace a little bit, opens up the stride, step. All that's caused so much grief. Ah! Oh. That's 3 in a row. 3 horses in a row that have said no to that wall. Come on, Saint. Live up to your name. Just like that, Sten's chances are gone. Money all the way down to 4th. Winner will walk away with 7,000, 1,500 for 4th. Being a small class, just the 4 prizes on offer. At the moment, are we going to get 4 clears? Pity about that wall because the horse really is operating now. Plenty time penalties will be accumulated after that disobedience as well. Once again, I said it in the previous class. I'm not sure to say whether they've seen that wall throughout the course of the show, the qualifying classes, which were horrendous, by the way, in terms of the weather. The wind was blowing gales up here on the Tuesday and the Wednesday, and it was not feeling like spring. Maybe if you were in Alaska it would have felt like a spring day, but it was seriously bitter. Not great weather. Today it is a glorious, glorious day. From Thursday the weather changed. Then we'll be annoyed with that because apart from that little look at the wall, a wonderful, wonderful ride. Ends up on 11 penalties, 7 in total. 93.12 his time. Nicole Horwood next to go, number 11, Capital Chantilly. Last year's World Cup winning superstar mare, the Chris van der Merwe. How things change in a year. Holsteiner bred, owned by the Capital Stud, by the wonderful, majestic Casal. Remember Casal under Rolf Goran Bengtsson, winner of the Longines series back in 2014 or 2015. Since retired, he's out of a Kalando V mare. Super, super well bred. Sure Henning has extracted embryos and doing ICSI on her, and there'll be wonderful little Chantilly babies on the ground. Wonderful mare. Given one or two, a little tap, little touch. Doesn't get in straight to that. Need to get away with it. Fell in a little bit off of the turn to 10A, but clear is a clear. Doesn't matter how you do it. Comes home clear. So we do now have a jump off. Well inside the time allowed, 65.78. When I say well inside the time, point smidgen of a second. Time allowed 66 seconds. So perfectly well judged. But we do have a jump off, and that's what counts. Sandy Manas next to go. Operates out of the Ascot stables. On this wonderful horse, Carinius, formerly the ride of Anne-Marie Esslinger, Holsteiner bred by Carino. A Baronello mare. And another real game, honest campaigner. Given Sandy so much confidence. Been together for quite a while now. He really has struck up a beautiful partnership. Gets a nice ride into number 5. Now let him roll down the hill, Sandy. On the 5 strides. Come on. Nicely through the treble. That's where you got to make the treble count. Out of the turn into number 5, coming off the turn down the hill. Deep to number 5, you're going to struggle. 3, 4. Goes around with a beautiful expression on his face. Ears pricked, looking for the work. You get the feeling he really enjoys the job. Now get in straight. Oh! Wasn't straight. Fell off the turn. Had to chip one in. Costs her. And one at the last. 8 penalties. She needed to be wider into 10 and let him run straight at that double. Fortunately, fell in off the turn. And he had to chip one in. He was long. Had to make a plan. Got too deep. Knocked it out. Kicked it off, and then the same at number 11. Just couldn't recover. 8 penalties. What a shame. It was going so well. Right, Ada Rain Ferguson, winner of the previous class, number 13, Cheval Liberté Levitha. Obviously a different ride, a tricky ride. Hot mare. Took over the ride from Kevin Vessels. Some time ago now, and has established a good relationship. She certainly can jump, but she is quirky as. Trick with this mare, keep her calm, keep her quiet. By Levistus, Carpaccio dam line, super jump over there. Got scope to burn, certainly can jump. Problem is often, didn't unfortunately give her much chance off the turn there. She can jump out of your hand quite a bit. This mare can get very strong. Got her in a double rein gag. Unfortunately, the mare didn't have a chance to lock on to the fence. Came off very tight off that turn. I don't think Ada Rain would mind me saying that was a rider error. Can't win them all, and she's young. She's got lots of time on her side. Left one out to the last. Just the one mistake there. But of course, time penalties to add. 74.06 her time. 3 for time, 4 for jumping, total of 7. 2 clears. 3 left to go in this 140 championship class, sponsored by Reonet. Dominic Alexander returns. He was first to go, and R&R Kojak. And once again, he comes in on Coutinho for owner Stephanie Glover. I hope that you're here or you are watching. Enjoy. Brick, a little bit of a wrap, and I think it stayed. Five strides down the hill. Forward to the treble, nice ride. He was slightly deep to number 5, but got on with it down the hill. Giving this a superlative ride, peach of a ride. Oh, as I commentate his curves. A little bit flat over that that bridge jump, Mandela Bridge. This looked like he had to press the horse a little bit, and Coutinho flattened out and took it behind. And once again, a little bit flat to the last, coming down the hill. So 2 down. 8 penalties, 65-36. So just inside the time allowed. No time penalties to add. Finishes on the 8. We do have a jump off, but at this stage it's only a 2-horse jump off. Companero's son coming in now. Number 15. Sean Neal rides. Owner Quentin Janssen. Son of Companero. Companero's son. Formerly the ride of Barry Taylor. First time I've in fact seen Sean riding the horse. Obviously we weren't allowed, if you weren't riding, to stick around and watch the qualifying classes if you weren't part of the entourage, each horse's entourage. So a lot of these horses seeing for the first time today. So far so good, on a good rhythm. A little bit of a different tactic riding to number 5 there for Sean. He took it at the angle so that he didn't have to slow the horse down on the turn. Number 5 set quite up to the east side of the arena, to the gate, so there's not a lot of time there that you get to navigate that jump. And Sean took it at the angle so that he could keep the rhythm. Well done. Paid off. Gets in straight to that. So far so good, still clear. Coming to the last. And there we go, our 3rd clear. Well done, Sean Neal. Companero's son clear in 65.40, so squeaks in 66 seconds the time allowed. So just inside the time allowed there, clear. Clear is clear, 3 in the jump off. Charlie Crockart goes next, riding for the Berg Equestrian, the Berg's BB Blocksberg. Who's also been through the hands of a few riders. First of those, Reiner Korber. Not mistaken, the mare was found in one of those Eastern Bloc countries in Romania or somewhere obscure. Quite a few years ago. Normally ridden by Reiner Korber. I think she had some time off as well before Charlie got the ride. I'm pretty sure the mare's had a tie-back operation, went in the wind. If you listen to her going around, there is some heavy breathing. And it's not coming from Charlie. On a good rhythm. On a really good rhythm. Come on. Well done, Charlie Crockart. Clear round 63.53. That will be a contender for this class. So, 4 prizes on offer and 4 clears, 4 go through to the jump-off. Hasn't that worked out well? First to go in the jump-off will be number 6, Rathmore Quiet Man, Paige Gaich, followed by number 11, Capital Sean Tilley and Nicole Horwood, Companero Son and Sean Neal, third to go. And the Bergs, BB Blocksberg and Charlie Ann Crockart sits in pole position. Best place to be, get a chance to watch the competition go, see how the jump-off track is riding, see all the questions being asked and where the answers lie. Let's take you through the jump-off, if I can find my little fact sheet. Jump-off track is 3, 13, 14, 6A, 6B, 8, 10B and 11. Jump-off time allowed as it stands at the moment, 52 seconds. Cool. What's his name again? Once again, a big thank Once again, a big thank you to Reonet. www.reonet.co.za. Gova Triggle, Pierre Laporte, big thank you to you. And all your pictures that you're seeing during the live streaming today brought to you by Canon cameras, being donated, sponsored to Carl Question Part. And the man that you see there on the Canon Tower, Mtobisi. Give us a wave, Mtobisi. There he is. Doing some hard work out there in the sun. He's on camera 1. And on camera 2, we have Etienne. And there is the wonderful Canon jumps. A big thank you to Canon. They will be bringing you live streaming pictures going forward. Don't forget that in a month's time, we have the Gauteng Champs. And that event will also be live stream brought to you by Canon Pictures. Jump off over fences 3, 13, 14, 6AB, 8, 10B and 11. Page Gage, first to go. Rathmore Quiet Man. Oh. Didn't quite see what happened there. She was on a good rhythm coming to number 1 and for some reason just didn't happen for her. Well, she'll still be in the money because there are 4 places, only 4 in the jump off. The worst she'll be is 4th. The element of that treble having been taken out. Oh, what a great pity, because once she got going, really, really nice round. A total of 16 penalties, 12 of those being for time. Remember, 1 time penalty per second in a jump off. So, very costly disobedience at jump number 1. More Quiet Man exits on the 16 penalties as we welcome into the arena Capital Sean Tilley and Nicole Horwood for the Capital Stud. It's wonderful mare. Still building up a partnership with Nicole. First season that she's got the ride. Remember Chris van der Merwe, the jockey last year. It was super successful on the mare. Since been sold to the Capital Stud and now ridden by Nicole Horwood. Come on. Pretorius is here. We're sitting right next to 10B that came down. 4 penalties, I'm afraid. 4 penalties for Nicole Horwood and Capital Sean Tilley. Time 43.71. The door being left wide open here for our final 2 competitors, Companero's son and Sean Neal. One feels if he leaves them all up, Charlie Crockart will be faster. E.B. Blocksberg certainly has got a lot more gallop in the hooves than Companero's son, but of course it all comes down to leaving them up. That's the first task, and then the time. But knowing Sean, he's going to go for it. Look for those turns. Look to use Companero's son's big stride. He is a big fella. And then try and put the pressure on Charlie Crockart. Still waiting on Sean to come into the arena. And in he comes, Sean Neal, Companero's son.
Still in search of our first double clear so far.
So if he jumps clear, the worst he will be is second. Still looking for our first double clear. Jumps clear, he is guaranteed at least second. Of course, Charlie Crockart still to come on the Berg's BB Blocksberg, which should be quicker. Let's see how it plays out. See where Sean's head is at. Once again, a new partnership for Sean. He doesn't know the horse that well. Safely over jump number 1. Scopy individual. Big horse. Plenty of power. Oh! I'm not sure why he sat down on that back rail. So, the riders have left it on a silver platter for Charlie. If she jumps clear, she wins. Coming down to the last. Companero's son currently on 4, finishes on 4 in 46.51, so that's good enough to go into second. So Nicole Horwood on Chantilly leads, 4 penalties in 43.71. Companero's son now in second. So what does Charlie do here? She has a decision to make. Does she try and jump safely, clear, which means slow, and hope that she goes clear and takes the win? Or does she try and beat Nicole's time of 43.71 and risk having a pole? She has a pole and she beats the 43.71, she still wins. She goes for safe and easy, safe and clear, and has the pole. It could drop her well out. Looks like she's moving. Looks like she's going for the time as well. I don't know whether she knows any other way, the two of them, both Blocksberg and Charlie. Highly competitive, both of them. Good shot into 14. Definitely up on Nicole's time. Now she needs to leave them all up. A good one there. 2 left to go. Time 41. Leaves them all up, and there, ladies and gentlemen, is your winner. Nicole's time was quicker, but it doesn't matter. Charlie wins. 44.28 her time. The only clear. It was left on a platter for her to take. She says, thanks, I'll have a bit of that. And she walks away as the winner of the Reonet Adult 1 meter 40 Championship. 7,000 Rand in her pocket. Of course, this is her second win today. She was an emphatic winner of the 1 meter 20, which was an exciting class. It was highly competitive. Charlie won that one as well and walks away as the winner of the 1 meter 40 class on the Bergs, BB Blocksberg. For result, the Bergs, BB Blocksberg, Charlie Ann Crockart, the only double clear in 44.20. Capital Chantilly in second, 4 penalties in the jump-off in 43.71. Sean Neal in third, and Companero Sun, 4 penalties in 46.51. And the fourth and final placing going to Rathmore. Quiet, man! Page Gage, 16 penalties in 58.22.
So your full results line up, of course. Charlie takes the win. The Bergs BB Blocksberg, the only double clear, 44.28 seals the deal. Second goes to Nicole Horwood, Capital Chantilly. In third, Sean Neal, Companero Sun. And fourth to Page Gage and Rathmore Quiet Man. Top three to please make your way in for the recognition ceremony. Please bring your grooms in. Please make sure that all parties do have their masks with them. A couple of our fences have been somewhat unsighted, so a big thank you to Heather Mpofu assisting us with those fences that we aren't quite able to see from where we're seated. podiums, a pre-sanitized trophy that is fully COVID compliant. Second place on the left-hand side as you look at it. So Nicole, that's your podium right there. Sean on the right of Charlie. Very well done. Up you get onto the podiums. Charlie and Conrad coming out on top on the Berg BB Blocksberg. 44.28, the only double clear we had. Keeping a cool head under pressure. Well done to all the athletes have remounted. Those of us who are here, a round of applause. Your winning combination, Charlie Cronkite, the Berg's BB Blocksberg. So big well done to all our prize winners, and a massive, massive thank you goes out to Reonet, our very generous sponsors for this show. Don't forget Denford Studios on hand, providing all the photos and videos recorded. Those are freely available to purchase, courtesy of, or freely available to download, rather, courtesy of Reonet. You can find all photos and videos from Saturdays and Sundays classes at www.denfordstudios.co.za. Of course, a big thank you goes out to Canon, our live streaming courtesy of Canon. So do make sure that for those who can't be here, tell them to visit the Kyalami Park Club YouTube channel, where all today's events are being live streamed. We now ready ourselves for the main event, the Reonet Cup, 1 meter 45 in height, jam-packed, action-filled class it looks to be. inspection, our final event of the day, the main event of the show. It's the 2020 Reonet Cup at 1.45 meters in height, proudly brought to you by Reonet. Reminder to all to please make sure that you are wearing your masks whilst walking the course. So it looks to be an action-packed course with 34 competitors lining up to take part. The grand prize, 15,000 rand to the winner. Fantastic trophy proudly brought to you by Reonet. There's lots to fight for here today. Reminders, round number 238.2.2. So all clear rounds go through to a jump off. So 33 competitors taking part. One scratching that we are aware of at number 31, Eric's Casper and Simon Hendry. However, an addition in at 15A of Zamo and the Bosman and Iliano. We'll have course information for you shortly. Jump off in this class will be over fences 1, 2, 3, 10B, 10C, 15, 12 and 13. So do take note of those fences. 1, 2, 3, 10B, 10C, 15, 12 and 13. course, this class, like the one before it, run at a speed of 375 meters per minute. A little step up on what we have ridden at previously. A reminder, fences, please wear your masks whilst walking the course. This is being live streamed, so we do need to make sure that we are putting forward a good front for the sport. If there are any of you walking without your masks, please do put them on. Jump off track once again, fences 1, 2, 3, 10B, 10C, 15, 12 and 13. Fence 15 is number 7 backwards. So once again, that's 1, 2, 3, 10BC, 15, 12 and 13. So when we close the course momentarily, first couple of competitors in, Kayla Gertenbach rides in number 1, like Mike on Pelagrasa, Nicole Horde number 2, Mark White distance capital Aitoshi, Carl Burnseye at 3, Caliho Kasparov, Jonathan Clark in at 4, Dancer Sciences Hamafa Hitler Freighton, Nicholas Syme riding in at 5, Sunny Park Stables Insagi DB. 10 metres, time allowed of 82 seconds. Of course, your speed, a minimum of 375 metres per minute. Clear rounds go through to a jump off over 1, 2, 3, 10B, 10C, 15, 12 and 13. Means 15 is 7 backwards. So folks, the sun is shining down. It's a wonderful day for some show jumping, and Evans, the ice cream man, is on hand with his box of frozen delights. He's currently walking across the East Arena. So do flag him down and have an ice cream and a smile. Our first bets in to take the salute will be Kayla Gertenbach, riding like Mike from Pelagrossa.
Welcome back, everyone. We do hope that you are enjoying this wonderful coverage of the Reonet sponsored show, which culminates now in the following class. Reonet Cup 20. Big thank you to Reonet. 145 championship class, 15,000 Rand winner, 9 prizes on offer. We have some changes to the running order. 15A will be Iliano and Horseman. 9.
Thank you very much,
Great.
Kayla. Best of luck to you and
First to go will be Like Mike von Pelagrossa and Kayla Gartenbach.
underway.
Ray Esslinger has pinned the track at 1 meter 45. There are some tricky little distances in there. Had a little skip around myself, a little walk around. Question. Rideability is certainly going to become a test. Jump off 1, 2, 3, 10 B, A, C, 15, 12 and 13. And once again, to be run at 375 meters per minute means that the riders cannot hang about. We've seen lots of time penalties throughout the course of the afternoon. And unless riders ride on a little bit, I imagine the same is going to pan out in this class. First to go is Kayla Gartenbach, Like Mike von Pelagrossa, number 1. Formerly the ride of Carl Bunzire. Gelding Hanoverian by Laudanos. Kayla coming from a very much an equestrian orientated family. Both parents horsey, brothers, sisters, siblings, all horsey. been part of South African squads for vaulting. Accomplished riders all the way around. Kayla now running the Reba stables, also just down the road here in Kailami. Been there for a long time. Born and raised at the property. And continues the tradition. And once again, that wall coming into play. We saw in the previous class there were 3 stops all in a row. Something about that little cultural wall. Come on. Almost like they just need to have a look at it first time around. Time allowed 82 seconds. Like Mike, well over that in 102.21. 14 penalties, the total, 6 of those being for time. Like Mike van Pellegrassa and Kayla Gartenbach. Next to goes Nicole Horwood. Number 2, Mark White Nissan's Capital. Like Toshi. Or the Capital Stud. I remember that we are going in a reverse order of qualification, so higher qualified horses will come at the back end of the opening round. The decision to be made there, the ride to the bridge coming inside line to save some time. Nicole does look like she's on a good rhythm. Time allowed 82 seconds. I've got plenty of mileage under the belt with Haitoshi. Been around for a few good years. Certainly jumping like he's in fine form. Like a higher qualified horse. And there you go. Clear all the way. First of the clears. Well done. Take a bow, Nicole Horwood. Capital Haitoshi. Good rhythm. 5.5 seconds, as you heard from Roger there, inside of the time allowed. Remember to be run at 375 meters per minute. Callao Casper on now. Carl Bunzai for the Callao Warm Blood Stud. Another quirky individual. On his day, he can be brilliant. Saw him at last year's Derby throughout the course of the qualifying events. Stick up in the arena, doing everything he could not to play ball, and then come big day, goes and jumps a superlative clear round, going into a 3-way jump off. So unfortunately, already kicking out 2 fences. Holsteiner bred, son of Casper. Out of a Katoki mare is Casperon's breeding, his pedigree. Looking just a little bit a little bit unruly today. So already 3 down. Being on 12 penalties. Oh, took a real swerve at that. Decided to take off. Really jumped to the left-hand side. I think he was looking to back out and was already committed with the horse. And Cole deciding that's enough. Not his day today. Not the easiest horse is Callao Casperon. Cole does a wonderful job, but unfortunately not playing ball today. Casperon giving him a bit of a tough time, deciding that's enough. Number 4, Data Science's Hummer von Het Bevreithof goes next with Jonathan Clark for Slade Equestrian. Wonderful horse. Cardento, the sire, is a breeding stallion, is Hummer. Wonderful foals and yearlings on the ground. Some really nice stock that he is throwing. And so much to like about Hummer. The way he just hangs in the air. It's grace, it's poetry. It's just real magic to watch him go. He's a multiple winner of World Cups. Was the joint winner along with Marlene Sinclair of the World Cup Series 2 years ago. And if you're wondering why he's at the bottom end of the qualifications, I'm sure that the reason for that, he probably did enough on the first day and sat out one of the qualifiers. Although it is September, it's obviously very early on in the season given lockdown. A lot of these horses were given some time off during lockdown. A lot of people backed off of them with no one really knowing what was going on with shows. And a lot has to be said about match fitness as well for horses. They can't just come in and get in at match fitness. They need a few shows to get up and operating, especially at these levels. So I'm sure the Slades, as well as Donna, just jumped one of the qualifiers and gave him a break. Look at the height that he gets over that wall. And there you go. They say cream rises to the top. Jonathan Clark and Hummer into the jump off. There you go. Well done. Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB. Next to go, Nicola Syme Riley. Been a busy woman today. Had lots of rides in all 3 of the classes. Keeps herself very fit with the riding as well as Pilates. Lots of horses every day before she turns her hand to teaching. Also some motherly duties as well. On track now with Insagi DB, a horse that really has come on leaps and bounds in the last year or two. He had a few doubters out there whether he would make the top ranks, and he's proved them all the naysayers wrong. Warm blood by Landetto, one of a Gottwald mare. You can see a lot of the fences coming really, really quickly. Land balance, keep going. Land balance, keep going. Keep the rhythm. Keep the tempo, the ground speed. 375 meters per minute. No time to muck about. Need to land, get the balance, and get on your bicycle again. And these fences coming very, very quickly. One on top of the next. Oh, pity. A element of that Reonet treble coming down. 4 penalties for Insagi. One of these riders trying to find some time, trying to find the inside lines, the turns, to gain themselves a little bit of time. All too aware of the time penalties. 4 penalties in 80,82. For Sunny Park Stables in Sergey DB and Nicola Syme Riley. Nice to see, certainly happy with his effort. Gives him a big pat and a cuddle. Got a real swagger in the way he walks. Look at him. Hausberger's Aldo next to go. Ronnie Healy. Owned by Hausberger Financial Services. Wonderful, wonderful horse by the magnificent sire Eldorado von Zeshoek, superstar stallion out of Zambuco. Eldo also himself a breeding stallion, usually partnered by Ronnie's wife Ashley. But there's something in the water out there at the time. Lots of buns in the oven, and Ashley also expecting. So Ronnie fortunate enough to take the ride. Kirsty Muchner expecting. We mentioned earlier that Pippa Baxter was riding a more Warunda, and I didn't know the reason why she had given up on that ride. Well, I found out. She's also just had a baby, taking some time out. So lots of future generation little riders being hatched at the moment. Good horse. Got deep to that, came up smartly. So much to like about Eldo. Temperament for a breeding stallion is just superb. He's got scope, size, canter, beautiful constitution. In fact, there's nothing that you can't like about him. Except that he's not mine. Ronnie really positive. He's obviously into that wall. He's obviously been watching what's been going on in other classes. On a super, super rhythm. There you go. That was, for me, one of the rounds of the day, it has to be said. Super well ridden. Beautiful balance in the canter. Wonderful, wonderful ground speed. Class act. Through to the jump off he goes. Hausberger's Eldo. Ronnie Healy. Wonder if Ashley's going to get the ride back. Number 7 now. Callahow's Cadiz van Pitsenberg and Govert Triggle. By Muscaris de Ariel. Quintus Mare. One imported by Govert a year or two ago. He thinks very highly of Cadiz. So far, 50% clears is what we're sitting on. 6 have gone, 3 of those have gone clear. Looking for a super competitive jump off in this Reonet Cup 2020. Once again, a big thank you to Reonet, the man in picture at the moment, the man behind the sponsorship, Govert Triggle. Of course, along with all of his business partners at Reonet. Good round. Oh! Fortunately, all 3 elements of the Reonet treble coming out. Well, if you're the sponsor, if there's a jump to hit, you may as well hit your sponsor's jump, I guess. And unfortunately, 1 to add for time. So 17 the total, 4 down, 1 for time in 84.49 for Callahow's Cadiz van Pitsenberg and Govert Triggle. And that to me just looked like a fitness issue, I must be honest. I think, although I've said it before, we're in September, this really the first test of the year. I know there was Stocky's Drive very early on in the year, and that really the last time that these horses came out and jumped some sizable fences. They've gone into lockdown, people have backed off, and it looked like perhaps it was just a fitness issue because the first part of the track jumping super, and then as we got towards the latter end, just seemed to run out of a bit of gas. Cadiz van Pitsenberg looked in good condition. Dominic Alexander now for R&R. Wonderful ride on Gel R&R by Der Senat, Natalie and Ross Robinson, the names behind the R&R sponsorship. Big supporters and lovers of equestrian sport. Natalie herself an avid rider. And a big sponsor of Dominic Alexander. Super round this far. Want to put the mockers on him. Super jump there. Now one of the tests, the wall. No problems. Plenty of height. Wonderful jumping round, but I'm afraid 85.05. Dominic will be annoyed with himself. Just over the time allowed. Time allowed 82 seconds. So somewhat over 85.05. 1 for time. R&R Gela. Jean Corbet goes next. She had a great ride in the previous class. Well, the 135 class, that is. There she goes on number 9, Style Fragrances, Callao Lexington. We've seen a few by Lisbon today. Lexington, another one. Out of a Ford Joy mare. Of course, Lisbon and Ford Joy, both resident stallions at Callao Warm Blood Stud. Not convinced Ford Joy is with us anymore. I think he has shuffled off his mortal coil. Son of Full Pleasure. Jumping out of his skin is Lexington today. Jean trained by Gonda Beatrix. Gave that one a little wrap, it stays up. Really operating this afternoon is Lexington. See, those Corbers were busy during lockdown. They didn't take holiday breaks. Margaritas in the garden. If you could get margarita. They were busy. They were training. These horses are fit. What a pity. What a wonderful ride. Just the one down, 4 penalties in 81.97. What a pity. Just inside of the time allowed of 82 seconds, 81.97. Well judged. Well, a horse who's crisscrossed the globe. Been to Europe, all over Europe. He's been to the United States of America, to the World Games at Tryon. And he looks full of get up and go today, does Dennis the Menace. The wonderful Campbell and Lisa Williams. You don't know their story. What rock have you been under? Wonderful ambassadors for South Africa, going to the World Equestrian Games and then moving on to the World Cup finals in Gothenburg and flying the flag high and proud for South Africa. And honestly, after jumping that, 145, like a warm-up. If you saw the size of those jumps at the World Cup final in Gothenburg, small indoor circuit, I mean, he's just skipping around here. Now, if you're a betting man, this would be a short price favourite. Shorter than evens. son of Katoki. Look at the time. Look at the time. 75.37. Well within the 82 seconds time allowed. That's what she brought back with her from the UK and America. They don't hang about on that side of the world. They go, boy. You take a pull, you get a time penalty. That's why she comes home in that sort of a time. Wonderful ride there from Lisa Williams and Campbell. 15,000 Rand on offer to the winner of this class. 10,000 for second, 7,000 for third. Sponsored by Reonet. Colin Ferreira, London Lane Stud, Could Insurance Capital, Don Costello. The annoying Chucky Ferreira. And why do I say annoying? I say that with the greatest amount of respect. Because here's a man who's got all the skill and talent in the world, goes off into the wilderness, farms his sheep and pigs and goats or whatever he's doing in Natal, comes back after having not ridden for how long, hops on a horse and jumps a wonderful 140, 145 class. It's annoying. He's got skills, natural rider, natural feel, super strong in the saddle. And taking the ride for his good friend Ian van Skalkwyk, who's waylaid with injury, has been for some time now. He took a nasty fall and broke his leg in several places off of a horse some time ago, but has required multiple operations to heal. On the mend, but in the meantime, his good mate Chucky picks up the ride on Don Costello, and what a great job he's doing here. Clear so far. Come on. Ah. I was watching his first qualifier on the horse where he popped on and jumped a 140 class. He only sat on the horse a handful of times, and he came out of the arena with a big smile on his face, saying he's missed it. Well done, Chucky. 4 penalties, 80.30 seconds. I think Chucky might be blowing a little bit more than the horse. Well done. Good ride. Good effort. Number 12 is next to go, Ultimo WC, Lara Neal. A horse that also, if it goes into the jump-off, you've got to watch out. Super fast in a jump-off. Strange canter action. You'll watch Ultimo WC go around. Often changes into a cross canter. Something that you see cross-cantering with virtually every stride, like tripling behind. Change of leads behinds and keeps the lead the same in front. As a rider, I would find that very, very disconcerting. But Lara just gets on, ignores it, carries on. Dressage riders would love it, like a natural temporary change. Really jumping out of his skin here. Positive ride to the wall. Wonderful ride. Oh, one time penalty. One pesky, horrible time penalty. 83 time allowed, 82. Oh. That's a cruel blow. Such a good round. And one that would have been super, super fast and fun to watch in the jump-off because he does not hang around. And Lara, master of the clock in the jump-off, really always gives it a full go. Michelle Fleming next to go. We saw her in the previous class on her newly imported. Here she goes on her old faithful Plasticola's Master Batch Chagori and Michelle Fleming. Similar type of horse that we saw her on in the previous class. So she's obviously got a make and shape that she likes, that she finds suits her. Wonderful pedigree he has by Katoki. Of a Zacharias mare. Certainly plenty of scope, jumping power. Making easy work of these 145 fences. Might need to keep her eye on the clock and move down to the last now, sitting on 77. Only a handful of seconds to get home. She's going to incur the time penalties, I'm afraid. 85.44, 1 for time allowed 82 seconds. 1 down as well. Didn't see where that came down. 5 the total, 4 for jumping, 1 for time for Plasticola's Master Batch, Chagori and Michelle Fleming. So just the 4 clears is what we have. 13 have gone, 4 have gone clear. Gives us a clear round percentage of 30%. Still 20 or so left to come in this first round. First round they're riding against the course designer, Anne-Marie Esslinger. And see if they can master the questions that she has posed to them. Tegan Brains goes next, number 14, Capital Cameroon. 10-year-old now by Castigo, Capital Castigo. Of the Triumph mare Avondrus. One mistake or 2 mistakes so far. 8 penalties, the current score for Tegan. I stand corrected, but I'm sure the combination pretty new to this level. I think they've stepped up a little bit. Normally campaign in the 135s, 140s. The 145, fairly new territory for them. They've given him a super ride as Tegan. Wonderful rhythm. Gave him every chance to jump the fences. Comes home inside of the time allowed, 2 seconds inside, 80 seconds, 2 down, 8 penalties, but I think Tegan will be super chuffed with that step up in class today for them. Capital Cameroon finishes on 8. Well done. That was number 14. Turn now of number 15, Callahow's Fiona. Kaylee Triggle rides. Wonderful mare Fiona. Super pedigree by the champion sire For Pleasure. Out of a Cartago mare. All the blood and jump and scope in the world in that bloodline. A little bit unorthodox in the way that she does jump. A little bit flat in the back and out front with the head. That certainly makes a plan and clears the fences. Another one that brother Thomas, was campaigning in the young riders. And one that's also gone across now to Kaylee. Of course, Kaylee really made her name on that wonderful mare of hers, Louisa. Really young and a huge future ahead of her, Kaylee Triggle. 2 down thus far, sitting on 8 penalties. And over the last she goes. Comes home in a good time, 79.96. Was on a forward rhythm. And look at the smile on Kaylee's face, super chuffed with the efforts this afternoon of Kelleher's Fiona. Kaylee Triggle exits on just the 8 in 79.96. Well done. So in addition, at 15A is Iliano, Zon Bosman, one of my favourite stallions, Toulon. Lovely horse, just really enjoy watching him go around. Also a quirky stallion. Oftentimes on showgrounds you'll hear announcements that there's a loose horse around the showground, and no doubt that's more times than not Iliano, who's broken free, on the loose, hunting down the mares. A little bit sloppy with his front end to number 3 there. Really the 4. 8. Reonet treble. A clear, B, C clear. The rail goes down, 12 penalties now. Just looks a little bit long through the distance, strong through the distance. He is looking a little bit unruly, like Zon's got her hands full. A little bit of a trot to the last. Just looking a little bit ring rusty, perhaps, like they need another outing or 2 before they find their true form once again. Certainly a class individual is Iliano. Not his day today, 16 penalties, 81.52. So now, Stinik Muchner riding number 16, Armageddon, for the Zenzuni stud. Karen and Tony Popolado. Formerly the ride of Dominic Alexander, former winner of the President's Cup, is Armageddon. Has been piloted some time now by Sten. Was sidelined with injury for a while. And has also had to rebuild and regroup. Form a partnership with Sten, and a good partnership they are forming. Certainly plenty of height over number 3. Looks like he is jumping. Super jump over number 4. Open up beautifully behind. Hopeless technique. And just having to punch him through the distance a little bit there. Looks like he jumped slightly to the left on takeoff and had to get back into line through that double. Oh, what a pity. What a good round. Pity about the 4. Just looked like he might have bellied it slightly. 1 down at the triple combination, the Reonet treble. 4 penalties. Good round.
Percentage dropped to 23% now with the crowd. 4 from 17 have gone clear as we look for number 5.
17 have gone, 16 left to come. We're just about halfway through. 23% clears. Just the 4 at this stage. The 4 clears are Haitoshi, Hummer, Eldo and Campbell. Last clear was at number 10 as we move on now to number 17, Capital Homerus. The Capital Stud Stallions. We'll see his full brother come in a few horses' time. By the wonderful stallion Darko. The Cashmere Vroni van Orti. Leona van der Merwe rides.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Ron.
One down so far, the end of that double. Triple bar coming in. He gave the top rail plenty of height with the front feet and just didn't finish off behind and just dragged himself through with the back feet and pulled the rail. Super through that triple combination. Plenty of power. Lots of scope and power. Breeding stallion, as I said earlier, at the Capital Stud, whose annual sale comes up in November, an online sale this year. Check out their catalogue. Could be a Homerus or 2 lurking in that pack. Total of 9. 1 for time. 8 for jumping, 1 for time in 83.35, just outside of that 82-second time allowed. Next to go, number 18, Equistro van der Mispelada. Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Quirlybet Hero, Hidam de Revel. Belgian warm blood power at its best here. Super jump over number 7. Plenty of height behind. Touched a few in front, just towed them. Gotten away with it. Lorette making sure she sits up very quickly after each element in that treble combination. Get too close to the front rails of each of those elements. Super ride thus far. Come on, 1 left to come.
Goes the last, just inside of the 82-second time allowed. 81.88. Look at him playing. He's certainly happy. He thinks he's done a good job. He's right. He has. Well done, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Gives us our 5th clear round. Equistro Fonda Miss Ballara for the Farnham Stables, number 18. Next to go, number 19. NCT's Korea fight, George Cutlass. Holsteiner bred by Katago. Formerly the ride of Ashley Healy. Ashley Hausberger as she was then, while she was still riding Korea fight. Jumped around some very, very big classes, World Cups and the likes. George has had the ride for, I'd guess, past 2 years or so. Trains out of the stable of Ronnie Healy, his coach. Rides out of that stable. Young rider is George. Oh. Right, the second time. Nine fences just sitting on the 4 penalties. Bit of a rider error coming up that distance into the double. And the first element of that double is the triple bar. Just took a check and possibly just over-checked the horse and pulled him up. Positive to the wall. Ronnie would have told him that. We saw the same ride by Ronnie on Eldo. So a total of 11. 3 of those being for time.
For jumping, 3 for time, and 11 total, 92.97 NCT's
92.97. Obviously the one disobedience. The A element of that double cost him time there. Biogen's Greta G, Chayton Hendricks. Daughter of Kraftop, Silvio, the dam line. Sean A. Gage, the owner. This real classy mare. Exciting times for Chayton. He's put together one hell of a powerful string, quality horses. Hard-working individual, professional rider, lots of horses to ride every day, pupils to coach, becoming a real force in the sport. And he's got some super horsepower underneath him. Greta, no doubt one of them, one of the stars. Also involved in a breeding program. They have harvested embryos and a few little Greta babies running around. Future champions in the making. He's on a super rhythm. Oh, no need for that. The commentator's curse, I tell you. Listen, they can pay me to shut up. I'll take the money. And pulls the last. So unfortunately, 2 down. 82.87, just over that time allowed. So 8 for jumping, 1 for time for Biogen's Greta G and Chayton Hendricks. Still a round full of merit.
21 starters.
A lot of these horses could have just done with 1 or 2 more outings under the belt before coming into a championship class.
Looking to give us just that is Reonet Cup, number 21. The Derby winning
Back on track, Clooney 3, Reonet Cup.
and Ellery.
Owner Linda Ellerine by Callisto. The Kai Mare Kai. Oh, why? Last year's Derby winner at Stockies Dry earlier on, just before lockdown as well. Formerly the ride of Rogan Askin. Rogan's since hung up his boots, so far as competitive riding is concerned. And Ray certainly does get a wonderful tune out of him. Had much success. They've also won a World Cup together. Unfortunately, just pulling a plank there. He can occasionally do that, Clooney. Huge amount of power, huge amount of scope. And Ryan deciding that's enough. Can't win it from that position. He's already had 2 down. I'll save him for another day. A terrible accident while out on a hack 2 or so years ago. We went through a fence, got a fright and took off and ran through it, sliced himself very badly on a fence. And at the time, they didn't think that he would come back. Made a miraculous recovery and is back on form. Not his day today, but he'll be back to fight it out another day. Domino van der Bosvinnik goes next with Chris van der Merwe. Memory serves, a 2-time winner of the President's Cup, this combination. Chris back riding. I know Leona was riding him for a while. Took the ride from Chris, but they've obviously made a deal, and Chris has got him back. Son of Clinton. Bit of a Cheyenne de Bourgie mare. Class individual is Domino van der Bosvinnik. Let's watch him go today under Chris van der Merwe. Chris and wife Leona live all the way out in Blouberg to ride about 100 kilometers or so past Polokwane. Host a wonderful show there every year, the Blouberg Cup, and all of us have missed the outing out to Blouberg this year. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened. Chris and Leona do a hell of a lot of travelling up and down the highway from Polokwane to Johannesburg to attend shows, and Chris does a lot of teaching. Also a lot of teaching of clients who travel all the way from Polokwane, the 100 kilometers out to Blouberg to Chris and Leona's setup just to go and have riding lessons with him. Super rider, as cool as they come. Effective, strong. Doesn't feel pressure. And ultra competitive. A super round here. And markers on him. Comes to the last. Wonderful ride there from a master tactician, Chris van der Merwe, inside the time, 79.36. The rhythm was good. Jumping out of his skin is Domino van der Bosvinnik. Also has been plagued with a few unsoundness issues throughout the course of the years, but jumping absolutely sweetly this afternoon. And moves into the jump off. That gives us our 6 clear. Domino van der Bosvinnik and Chris van der Merwe. And that will be a big one come the jump off. 9 prizes on offer. 6 have gone through to the jump off. So everybody in the jump off guaranteed a prize at this stage. Number 23 next to go, Mark White Nissan's Capital Kronos, Nicole Horwood. A full brother to Hamiris, we saw go earlier under Leona van der Merwe. This is the younger brother, Kronos. Capital Stud breeding stallion. A few Kronoses on offer at this year's Capital Stud sale. Online sale this year due to COVID. Just looked a little bit slow coming up in front to that, a little bit flat in front. Sit on his hocks. So there. 2 down, 8 penalties thus far. Twelve penalties for Kronos in 81-21, just inside of the time allowed, so jumping penalties only, no time to add. Total of 12. Very good afternoon for those of you who have just tuned in from wherever you are around the globe in South Africa. I do hope that you are enjoying this streaming brought to you by Reonet in association with Canon. Good afternoon to those in the Eastern Cape who are watching and sending comments. The Rabiti family are placing bets. I'm sorry with what you have to put up with, Sean. Currently on track, Kellaho Corinth and Carl Bunzaya for the Kellaho Warm Blood Stud. By Cormant out of the Grundy Man mare Fatima. If you're enjoying this broadcast, please let us know on our Kalami Park social media Facebook page. Give the sponsors their dues. Keep them coming back for more. Total of 14 penalties for Kellaho Corinth and Carl Bonzaya, 6 of those being 4 times. So Carl having his hands full with both of his rides this afternoon. Corinth and Casperon. Last rider is Carl Bonzaya. Next to go, Jonathan Clark, Slade Equestrian. Already been clear, has Jonathan on Data Science's Hammer von Hedbe Vreithof. Love a second clear now. Increase his chances of victory and take away that 15,000 Rand winner's purse, 10,000 Rand for second. Slade Equestrian, this is Inush, Belgian warm blood bred, out of a Chin Chin mare by that wonderful sport horse Tinker's Boy. One of the real out and out show jumping legends, Tinker's Boy. The early 90s. Marcus Fuchs, was it? You weren't even born. It's a bit of a long one there, does Jono, gets away with it. Plenty of scope this mare has. Was a winner last year of the Bloberg Cup, if I'm not mistaken. Have a wonderful performance out in Bloberg, show that we've just spoken about, hosted by Chris and Leona. This was last year's winner. Oh, just a little bit flat through there, bellied it really. She does have a slightly unorthodox way of jumping in front, keeps her head quite high. Huge kick off the ground. Slight hesitation going towards the wall. Jumps it. What a pity. More penalties in one of those that could so easily have been clear. 76-4-3, 4 penalties. Data sciences in noosh for Jonathan Clark and Slade Equestrian.
Over 1, 2, 3, 10B, 10C, 15, 12 and 13.
Message from Diane Boertis from the Eastern Cape, loving the jumping. Go Eldo, proudly Eastern Cape. Who's your favourite for this class? Let us know. Of course, Diane had Eldo as a young horse. So he was sold to the Hausbergers, so she knows him all too well. Are rooting for him out there in PE. On track now, fullback connoisseur Nicola Syme Riley. One of the old campaigners, Real Soldier by Consuelo out of a Seducer mare. A horse that a lot of the times has been the bridesmaid but never the bride. Had lots of seconds in big competitions, in World Cups and derbies, and certainly is a wonderful, wonderful horse. Solid campaigner. Honest as the day is long. Wonderful temperament for a stallion. I think he would be about 19 now. And to be corrected. Just love to see Connoisseur win a big title like he so richly deserves. Is he only 15? No, and corrected. He was a bit older. Oh, what a cruel blow. Clear for jumping. 82.06 seconds. 0.6 over the time allowed. Oh, Nicola will be gutted. Bittersweet moment. She'll be super chuffed with the efforts of a wonderful connoisseur. He jumped his heart out. Just outside of that 82-second time allowed. Wonder what Gonda is saying to her there. Should have gone faster, Nicole. Should have gone faster. Nicola. Just the one for time. Ronnie Healy returns, number 27, Blue Turtle Cat Weasel. His second ride, of course, he gave us a wonderful clear on Eldo. By Cristello, out of a Silvio mare. A horse that really has come on in the last couple of years. Improved leaps and bounds, excuse the pun. Gained in confidence, gained in strength. I'm afraid once again 2 down. I'm singing his praises, but he really has come on, despite the 2 poles that have already gone down here. Ronnie thinks very highly of him. And there's an exhibition of what he can do. Got him pretty deep to number 7, and the horse just got on his hocks and flew up in front and ended up giving that plenty of height. And once again, that wall coming into play. just received a message that Connoisseur, as far as we know, has won the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, so that one big title that he has won. He has been second in a few derbies. Love to see him take that title. Just been told that we've got a lot of Charlie Crockart fans. He's got a fan club, Charlie. Lots of people behind you. Total score for Ronnie Healy, 17, 5 of those being for time, 17. Gova Triggle goes next on the very, very classy mare Kelleho's Volca 334, an import by Quinal out of an Accord mare. Now this is one that can gallop. If this goes into the jump off, and chances are Volca will go through to the jump off. Oh, gave number 1 a bit of a rattle. Come on, Volca, don't let me down. Past winner of a World Cup out at Stockies Dry. Super game. She goes through to the jump off, then the others better watch out because she can gallop. She can gallop to a tall vertical. This is only a 145 class, well within her scope. So Govert will just be licking his lips if he goes through to that jump off. Can pay himself 15,000 Rand if he takes the win. Come on, Gov. Super jump opened up beautifully behind over jump number 9. Now the Reonet treble. Oh, a little bit flat into the A element. Safely through. 2 left to come, 12 and 13. Wall has caused trouble. Going to be positive. No problems. Roll on down to 13. There you go, class act. In fact, the only scary moment came at jump number 1. Gave the back rail of that Oxer at jump number 1 a little bit of a rap. More than just a tap, but it stayed in the cups. Comes home clear, Volca 334 and Gova Triggle in 78.52. Well done. That is going to be a big threat to the other riders in the jump off. 28 Kelleho's Volca 334. Owner Simon Murray now. Dominic Alexander rides Athena. Holsteiner bred by Cardino. And unfortunately Athena just having the first rail. The jump number 1 goes down. Domini now riding for minor money at best. 9 prizes on offer, 7 clears. Oh, and his chances are well and truly gone now. Second rail comes down already on 8 penalties. So he'll now just be using this as a bit of an outing. Increase the fitness. Get rid of the ring rust. And there would be a lot of ring rust in a lot of these horse and rider combinations. No matter how proficient you are over fences at home and gymnastics and training, it all comes up another level when you go in the ring, especially in championship classes like this one. Nerves come into play, fitness comes into play, and a lot of these horses maybe just needed 1 or 2 more outings, as you said earlier. So already sitting on score of 12, canters to the last. There's that, no problem. Inside of the time allowed of 82 seconds, 81.88, so just squeaks in 12 penalties. 3 down, and a score of 12 for Athena and Dominic Alexander. Right, Charlie Crockart fans, are you ready? Here she comes. We've been getting lots of positive comments about Charlie. Won 2 classes today. Can she make it 3? Can it be a red letter day? Riding this wonderful Epimene with a Berg equestrian. Epimene by Chaco Blue out of a Jus de Pomme mare. Wonderful pedigree. Jus de Pomme, the Olympic champion under Uli Kirchhoff some years ago at Atlanta, I think it was. And into a wonderful sire of broodmares.
To be COVID compliant, please also make sure that you are keeping a safe distance between yourself and others.
Going well, she's on a good rhythm. Can't afford to hang about, Charlie Crockart. Got to get home in under 82 seconds. 375 meters per minute, the galloping speed. Well ridden through there. Just held off the second element. Strong through the first. Now the test. A clear. B clear. C clear. Oh, gives it a good old thump, but it stays in the cups. Come on! Charlie positive there. Commentator positive there. And there you go. What's the time? 77.91. Great time. She's in good form. She wasn't sitting on her laurels during lockdown. Hard work paying dividends. Well done, Charlie and Crockart. Your fans will be pleased. She goes into the jump off. So that is now 8 clears. We need another one. We need one more. 9 prizes on offer. 2 left to come. Clyde Z, Catherine Neal, and then Dartoli and Gareth Neal. Son of Cartago. Another one out of a Jus de Pomme mare. Stamped by Jus de Pomme is Clyde Z. A lot of Jus de Pomme in the making shape of him. Catherine won the South African show jumping championships a few years ago on Clyde. Sean won multiple South African show jumping championships on Clyde. He's a winner of 6 World Cup qualifiers. Not mistaken, the winner of the World Cup series as well. Absolute legend of South African show jumping. Of course, Sean had that wonderful stallion Gold Rush, and he was exported, sold and exported, and Clyde Z came onto the scene. A lot of people thought that we'd never see something as good as Gold Rush, but Clyde Z had big shoes to fill, and he's filled them, make no mistake. In the twilight of his career now, this could be the last season that he's jumping. Been second on a few occasions in the Derby. Unfortunately, never a winner. Jumped clear rounds in the Derby on a few occasions, but just with a dreaded time fault once or twice. Certainly got a stellar CV. Come on, Clyde. Comes worried, battled with his feet. Super effort, Catherine's chuffed, she's smiling. Has she glanced up and looked at the clock? 1-time penalty, Catherine. Oh, she will be gutted. Now she knows. Unfortunately, just not inside the time allowed. 84.02 time allowed, 82 seconds. 1 for time for Clyde Z and Catherine Neal. Won't be their day today, but he's had a good outing. So we spoke about Dartoli earlier on. By Van Gogh, out of a Kigali mare. Winner of the World Cup qualifier out at Revel Stables a year or so ago. In fact, it's just about a year ago now. Gareth won that World Cup qualifier on this mare. She's a class act. Absolutely adores her. Quality mare. Another one with beautiful expression as she hunts down the fences, ears pricked, eyes wide open, alert, ready for the job. Really, she should make easy work of a 145 track. Never rule her out of a jump off either. Deceptively quick, covers a lot of ground, got a raking, massive, long raking stride. Through the treble. Oh! Gareth looked like he was nicely forward to that and then just sat up and shut her down behind slightly and put the back end on that A element. Needed to set up for the second element and just came down behind. What a pity. What a pity. 4 penalties for our highest qualifier, Dart Tolley and Gareth Neal. He'll be gutted with that. Could so easily have been a clear round. What a pity. And that is that. Horses in the first round. So they've been up against Anne-Marie Esslinger and her course. They now go up against each other in the jump-off. Those that went clear are as follows. Mark White-Nissen's Capital Hitoshi will go first with Nicole Horwood. Will be followed by Data Science's Hummer von Het Bevreithof, Jonathan Clark. Hausberger's Eldo for the fans in the Eastern Cape. Give a shout. Campbell goes after Eldo. Followed by Quistro van der Mispelare, Domino van der Bosvinnik, Kelleho's Volker 334, the Berg's Epimene. It'll be a difficult one to beat, and that will be the last one to go. Once again, a big thank you to Reonet. Go and check them out, www.reonet.co.za.
10B, 10C, 15, 12.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that technical issue. It's the times we live in. Jump off time. We have managed to convince the ground jury and the riders just to hold off for the stream, but we are up and running again. So horses going through to the jump off are Capital Hitoshi, Nicole Horwood, who's warmed up 3 times. Data Sciences, Hummer, Von Hit, Bivretov, Jonathan Clark. Eldo goes in at 3rd. Then Campbell, Equistro van der Mispelara, Domino, Van der Bosvinnik, Bolka 334, and Epamine will be last to go. Jump off track 1, 2, 3, 10B, A, C. Is that correct? 10B, A, C. Sorry, we just can't find the help. Just finding these. 10B and C. 10B and C, 15, 12, 13. Let's go through that again. 1, 2, 3. Ow. 10B and C, 15, 12, and 13. Time allowed in the jump off 82 seconds. 44 seconds. 44 seconds, I do beg your pardon. So, we do thank you for your patience and our technical team for getting everything rebooted, and especially to all the riders for hanging on to bring these pictures to all of their fans. First to go will be Mark White-Nissen's Capital Hitoshi in this Reonet Cup. 145, beating 15,000 Rand to the winner, 10,000 for second, 7,000 for third, 5,000 for fourth. Nicole has been super patient. She's come into the arena, left, warmed up again, come back in, left. This is the 3rd time she's come in. We wish her well. Nicole Horwood gets us underway in the jump off of this 1m45 Reonet Cup, safely over jump. The first. Over the cannon vertical she goes. Quick turn back. On now to the bridge. Mandela Bridge safely over that. Number 3. That's on to 10B. The A element come out. The C element safely over that as well. That's to number 15. Gives a flap. Gets away with it. 12 and 13 left to come. 12 the wall that has created some trouble. Presses Hitoshi down to the last super round. 36.76. It was worth the wait. 36.76. What a wonderful ride from Nicole Horwood. Has she done enough? Has she done enough? Has she left the door open? Super clear round in 36.76. Coming in now, Data Sciences, Hummer, Von Het, Bevretel for Slade Equestrian, and Jonathan Clark, superstar breeding stallion, winner of the World Cup Series, winner of multiple World Cup qualifiers. Can't keep a good horse down. Let's see how he goes. 36.76 is his time to beat. Go well, Jonathan Clark, Slade Equestrian, Hummer, Von Het, Bevretov. On track he comes. Safely over jump number 1. Rolls up the hill to jump number 2. Slightly right over that, gets away with it. On to jump number 3, the Mandela Bridge. Neck and neck, even Stevens, I'd call it, with Nicole Horwood at this stage. Reonet double now, was a treble, now a double. ENC elements safely negotiated. On now to jump number 15. Turns him in the air. 15 clear. The wall now at 12. Now down the hill. Now the run to the last. Number 13. Safely over. 37.22 into second place. Nicole still leads. Capital Hitoshi in the lead. 37.22. Leaders time 36.76. Eastern Cape, are you awake? Diane Bortis, are you watching? Here comes your boy. Wonderful stallion, Hausberger's Eldo, son of Eldorado von der Zeshoek, champions in his pedigree. Imported as a 2-year-old from Team Nimhoff. Ronnie Healy rides this afternoon, deputizing for wife Ashley. Safely over jump number 1. Cannon jump clear. We hold our breath. Down to the Mandela Bridge. Gives that air. Now quick turn back to the Reonet double. The
B and C elements. Safely over B, safely over C. Safely over number 15, did give the back bar a little bit of a wrap with the back toe, gets away with it. On now to the ethnic wall. One more to come. Super clear, 39.17 moves into third. Nicole hangs on. Capital Hitoshi still leads, 36.76. 15,000 Rand up for the grab. Surely the well-campaigned, seasoned traveller, Campbell, he knows how to go quickly. It'll be 36.76. How much does Lisa want it? Reonet Cup 2020, 15,000 Rand to the winner. 36.76 the time to beat. She's at the gallop. For my money, she's up on Nicole. Quick turn back to the bridge. Safely over that one. Get back quickly to the B and C elements of the Reonet double. Gets a good shot in. B clear. C clear. Jump number 15 now. Gets a good ride to that. Forward. 2 left to come. Time to beat. 36.76. She's well up. 33, 34. 35.56 into the lead goes Lisa Williams and Campbell. Great efforts. And there you go. New leader, new ranking. Campbell moves to the top of the leaderboard, 35.56. 36.76. Nicole Horwood and Hitoshi now in second. In third place, Hummer and Jonathan Clark. In fourth place, Eldo Ronnie Healy. There are still some quick ones to come. Equistro von der Mispelara, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. She's going to have to pull out her A game here. Have to be galloping right from the get-go if she's to beat Campbell's time. Not really built for speed is Equistro von der Mispelara. Has Lisa done enough? I think Lorette has already conceded that she's not going to win it on time. Oh, different line. She comes inside. She comes inside of jump number 1. Taking a different route. Gets away with A element, B element. Is she up? Has it paid dividends? Safely over jump number 15. Quick turn back to jump number 12. She's going to have to move. Down the hill she goes. Cuts the beam in 38.11. Not good enough, I'm afraid. Riders to come will have noted her inside line. She's come inside of jump number 1 back to the Reonet double. For my money, that hasn't saved her any time. Possibly could have cost her a little bit of time. Really have to cut the horse's rhythm to make that turn. To me, better going round, keep at the gallop and go round number 1. Chris van der Merwe, he's rehearsing that turn. He saw what Lorette did. What is he going to do once he's at the gallop? Go round, Chris. Keep him travelling. Domino, van der Bosvinnik, Chris van der Merwe, next to go. Time to beat, belongs to Campbell. Lisa Williams, 35.56. Super jump over jump number 1. Up the hill he comes to the cannon vertical. Balances him on takeoff, gets a very quick turn back to jump number 3. The Mandela Bridge, oh, pulls a plank. It's over for Chris van der Merwe, decides to go round. Decides that the long way round is the quicker way round, keep the horse travelling. But unfortunately counts for nothing as he's had one down. Now he steadies up, he realises he can't win from this position, just going to guide him home. Already at 35 seconds, Domino, van der Bosvinnik and Chris van der Merwe wants to come home. And just the 4 penalties does just that. In 39.80 drops down to 6th position. What might have been had he left that plank up. Knocks out the top plank on the Mandela Bridge. Costly fault. Volker 334. If you're a betting man, your money would be on Volker. or Epimene. One of those two. But of course they all have to beat Campbell, 35.56. Did Lisa do enough? Volker's quick. She can gallop at a big fence. Keep her travelling, Govert. Goes round number 1. That's the quicker route. Keep the mare travelling. B element clear. C element of Reonet clear. Moves up the hill to number 15. Quick turn back now to the wall. Press to the wall. Balance. Clear. Last one. 32, 33, 34. Has he done it? 36 on the nose. Into second place goes Govert Triggle and Kelleher's Volker 334. Great effort. Not quite there. 35.56 the leader's time. Campbell and Lisa Williams. Charlie Crockart fans watching this live stream, are you ready? Is it going to be a red-lettered day? She's won 2 of the 3 classes thus far. Will she make it 3? Last to come in this 2020 Reonet Cup. 1 meter 45, 15,000 rand to the winner. Epimene and Charlie Crockart. She's travelling to jump number 1. Safely over that one. Keep pressing up the hill, Charlie. Oh! Came rolling up the hill. Wanted to get the turn back to jump number 3. Took the check. And unfortunately, Epimene just getting the wrong signal and stopping dead in her tracks. Fortunate mistake. Well, can't win them all, I guess. We'll just bring the mare home now. And there you have it. 4 jumping penalties, time to add, 8 for time, a total of 12 for the Bergs, Epimene and Charlie and Crockart in 51.33. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Reonet Cup 2020, walking away with the lion's share, 15,000 Rand prize money. Take a bow, Lisa Williams, and your game campaigner, the wonderful son of Katoki, Campbell Dennis the Menace. Pulls off the win here this afternoon, walks away with the 15,000 Rand. Reonet, the sponsor of this wonderful class. Clear in 35.56. Second place to Kelleher's Volker 334 and Govert Triggle in 36 seconds dead. Third place to Mark White, Nissan's Capital, Hitachi and Nicole Horwood in 36.76. Fourth place to Data Sciences, Hummer, Von Het, Buvretov, Jonathan Clark, 37.22. Fifth place to Equistro, Funda Mispelara, Lorette Knowles Taylor. Sixth place to Houseburgers, Eldo, Ronnie Healy. Seventh place to Domino, Funda Bosvedink and Chris van der Merwe. The eighth placing going to the Bergs, Epimene, Charlie Ann Crockart. Ninth placing going to Ulvik, Connoisseur, Nicola Syme, Riley. One-time penalty in the first round. Big thank you once again to Canon for the sponsorship of their 2 cameras to Kailami Equestrian Park. Those now the property of Kailami Equestrian Park. These wonderful top-end HD 4K cameras help us bring you streaming today and streaming into the future. Big thank you to Nikki Mungle of Canon. Wonderful pictures. We hope that you have enjoyed the captured pictures from these Canon cameras brought to you today. And of course, a big thank you to Reonet, www.reonet.co.za. Please give a shout out on social media. #Reonet, do the necessary. The sponsors put a lot of money into equestrian sport, into these events, and it's up to us to pay back. Big thank you to Govert Triggle, Pierre Lepart, and all associates at Reonet for their generous sponsorship of the Reonet Cup for 2020. We certainly do hope that you have enjoyed the live stream broadcast brought to you today. Big thank you to the production team, Mike Demain, Donovan Ahrens, and Cole Flanagan in the OB unit, and then of course to our 2 cameramen. Big thank you to them as well. Etienne and Mtubezi, thanks guys, love your work. And there are pictures of the wonderful winner, Campbell, Lisa Williams. The globe-trotting pair into the World Equestrian Games and then on to the World Cup finals, flew the flag proudly for South Africa and has come back to where he belongs, the son of Katoki, and as game gallant a campaigner as ever. Comes away with the win, 35-56, 0 penalties over 2 rounds. Govertriggle in second on Volker, 3-3-4. Just pipped to the post by Lisa Williams and Campbell. Volker and Govert's time 36 seconds dead. Nicole Horwood in third. So riders are now going to dismount for the recognition ceremony. The socially distanced recognition ceremony. We'll see that the podium is not stacked together. Instead, 1.5 meter distance between each. And sanitized. Trophies have been sanitized. Riders wearing their masks. Safety first, ladies and gentlemen. Safety first. And of course, all of you sitting at home, we do miss you here at the showgrounds, but obviously we are in a time of a pandemic and COVID regulations dictate that no more than 100 people allowed on the showgrounds at any given time, and social distancing obviously plays its part. Therefore, we bring you these live streaming pictures, and we do hope that you have enjoyed. Please do go onto social media, Kyle Army Park Facebook page, YouTube channel, post your comments, tell us if you've enjoyed. If you haven't, don't tell us. Any criticism is constructive criticism. Lisa climbs to the top of the podium, top tier. Govert in second and Nicole in third. Big congratulations to Lisa Williams, another win for her and her wonderful, wonderful game campaigner, Campbell. Nicknamed Dennis, after Dennis the Menace, because he is such a hooligan as a young horse. Riders remounting. Going to pose for a picture. And then just left for the victory canter parade. Well done once again for the final time this afternoon to Lisa Williams and wonderful Campbell. What a horse he's been, horse of a lifetime. She's had a few good ones in her time, Lisa, but certainly Campbell will stick out head and shoulders above the rest. Journey of a lifetime, the two of them went on together. A year's campaign around Europe and the United States, ending in Gothenburg at the World Cup finals. So close to qualifying for the final day. Finals, but oh so close. Another win for them today, and certainly will not be the last. Plenty of jumping left in Campbell's legs, still evergreen, sprightly and full of zest. Whoa! And that's why they call him Dennis the Menace.
Once again, just to recap the final results of this class, the winner Campbell and Lisa Williams, double clearing 35.56. Rose Volker 334, Gavin Trigger in second. Third place to Nissan's Capital Hitoshi, Nicole Hallwood in 36.76. Fourth place to Hammer van het Bevreugdhof and Jonathan Clark, the Slater Question. Christopher van der Mispellara, great ride there from the Retnos Taylor in fifth. In sixth place, Hausberger's Elder, Ronnie Healy. Seventh place to Domino van der Bosvin and Chris van der Merwe. Eighth place to the Bergs, Eppermine. Ninth and final placing going the Evergreen Fulvik Connoisseur, Nicholas Seinreich. Confirmation of the results of the Reonet Cup. Lisa Williams, Campbell. Gubba Triggle in second. Fellows Volker 334. Cole Hallwood in third. Capital Hitoshi. Fourth place Jonathan Clark. Hammer van het Bevreugdhof. Once again, we do hope that you have enjoyed the broadcast of the 2020 Reonet Cup. Proudly presented by Kyalami Park Club and sponsored by Reonet, resourceful by nature. For myself, Aidan, and all of us here in commentary and in production for the Reonet Cup, we'll see you in around about a month's time, where it's Gauteng Champs time here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Until then, look after yourselves, social distance, wear your masks, sanitize, keep safe. Ciao, ciao.